Please sign in at the table down there, and please help yourself to breakfast. Welcome, good morning, thank you for being here. I'm going to hand the mic over to Mr. Chandler.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me without the microphone, or? Yes? All right, I'm going to try without the microphone. If you have difficulty hearing me. Oh.
It's going to be recorded. Let me check. Do we need the microphone? Yes.
Because I feel a little bit like a game show host. All right, we'll run with it. I don't have any. My name is Joel Chandler. I want to first start by thanking the city of Madeira Beach for being so generous to have us here. My wife, Debbie, came with me. They have been just delightful to work with, so I really appreciate the opportunity. And I really do appreciate everybody taking time out of your busy schedules to be here. I know a lot of you all work for public agencies, and I know that you're really busy, and I appreciate you making the investment of time, and I hope that you'll find that our time together today is worthwhile. In just a minute, Clara, the city clerk here in Madeira Beach, was kind enough to distribute the written agenda that we have for today's meeting. I'm happy to run with that, but I want to invite everybody here in just a few minutes. If you have some particular topic that relates to open government that you want us to cover today, I would love for you to tell us what that is, and we'll put it on our list of things to cover. So in just a minute, as I'm speaking, if you would kind of think about any particular topic that you feel like you need to have covered today for your time today to have been worth it. If it's something that I think I can tackle, I would be delighted to add it to our list of things to do. I'm also going to ask you all, for my benefit, if you don't want to, you don't have to, but I'm going to kind of go around and ask you all to introduce yourselves. That will help me kind of get a sense of who my audience is and kind of where we need to go. Does that make sense? Okay. So, Debbie, if you don't mind, I have terrible penmanship. So my wife is going to be nice enough to kind of write down our agenda. And I know you all have this already, but we're going to write it down so that I have sort of a to-do list, and we're going to cross these things off as we go through them. So the first thing that was on the agenda, I think, was statutory changes. As you all know, every year when the legislature meets, there's a whole list of proposed statutory changes that impact access to public records. Not nearly as often, there are also proposed statutory changes that impact open government or public meetings. So what we want to do is talk about some of those. Included in the public records primer that you guys got, it's about 40 pages or so. The last 4 pages is a summary that was provided by the Florida First Amendment Foundation, Barbara Peterson's organization, that has a list of all of the statutory changes that were passed in this last legislative session that directly impact public records. So there were a number of new exemptions that were passed. I personally, and this is just a personal thing, I didn't find any of them terribly interesting. If you all did, I would be delighted to pick them apart and talk about them. One of the things that I do every year when new exemptions are passed or new changes are made to the public records law is I sit down and try to kind of pick apart and think about what the unintended consequences will be. And I'm sure there will be unintended consequences for some of these, but again, I didn't find any of them particularly interesting. But if you all want to talk about them, I'd be more than happy to do that. There are a number of legislative changes that have happened in not this past year, but over the last several years that I think very much have unintended consequences. So I'm going to start with those here in a minute. But first, before I ask everybody to introduce themselves and tell me if you have something you want to add to our agenda, we're going to finish our list. So what was the next thing on the list? Yeah, we covered that. Unintended consequences. What's after that? dealing with difficult people. I know none of you, how many of you all are city clerks or work in a clerk's office? I know you all never deal with difficult people. What's next on our list, Debbie? Public records pitfalls. Open government forecast. And with that, I want to talk a little bit about some of the things that I see as an activist and as somebody that works a lot with citizens and citizens groups on open government issues, things that I think are in the offing that public officials are going to see if they haven't already started to see them. And what's the next thing? Yeah, roundtable discussion. And then the last part was question and answer. Now let me kind of give you my thoughts about the format of what we're going to do today. If you have a question, please ask. You'll find that I am very informal. I want this to be more of a dialogue. If I'm the only one that's talking today, then this will have been a failure. This isn't the Joel Chandler show. This is, a back and forth. I want you all to feel involved and have some buy-in from you all as to what we're covering today. With respect to questions, I will try my best to answer any question you have. For me, nothing's off limits. If you guys have a question about what I do, about activism, about activists that I work with, about litigation, about open government issues generally, I'll try to answer any question you've got. I ask public officials to be transparent. I'll try to be as transparent as I possibly can be. I'll be brutally honest with you. So feel free to ask questions, and if you, for whatever reason, don't want to ask it in the group, we're going to take breaks. So if you want to corner me someplace during one of the breaks and ask a hard question, feel free. I'll do my best to answer it. The other thing I need to get out of the way before we go to asking everybody to introduce yourselves and telling me what you want to cover today, let me be clear. I am not a lawyer. I'm not an attorney. Only a fool would take anything I say as legal advice. If you need legal advice, contact a member of the Florida Bar. I don't give legal advice. What I will do is I will absolutely give you my opinion from the perspective of somebody who makes lots of public records requests, who's dealt with a lot of public officials, and who works with citizens, student groups, and citizens groups all the time. My perspective on this, as far as my relationship with Madeira Beach, is much more trying to give them feedback from a customer service perspective. And unfortunately, over the years, I've been involved with a number of conflicts with public officials over access to records. I would be delighted if I never had another one. So, with that said, how about if we start, Tom? Is there any particular topic that you...
Not other than what I brought.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, let's just pass.
The only thing so Tom Rask, citizen, the only thing that I would like to cover, and you said you would, I talked to you before, is I'd like public officials, and so all public officials, elected and employees, to understand that public records they are a driver of economic growth. So Zillow, for example, they use all public records, Google Maps, GIS data. It's important that we have open government, and I understand you're going to cover that. So do I give it to you?
John Douther, Commissioner, District 4, Madeira Beach. And nothing to add at this point.
Thank you for having me.
Hi, I'm Maggie Black. I'm Mayor of Madeira Beach, and I just want to welcome everybody and thank you for coming. Look forward to hearing everything you have to say.
Nancy Oakley, Commissioner, District 3.
Jerry Clyett, I'm on the Planning and Zoning Board, Madeira Beach.
Doreen Moore, also a resident of Madeira Beach, and on the Budget Committee and chair the Charter Review Committee.
Paul Tilka, a resident. I'm on the civil service, and the charter review committees.
Susan Chase, I work for the City of Clearwater, document and record specialist.
Trish Zitouni, City of Clearwater. I work in official records, City Clerk's office.
Debbie Weinstein, I'm Commissioner, District 1, Madeira Beach.
Vivian Capehart, Largo Police Department, Records Property and Evidence Manager.
Chandler Gaines, Largo Police Property and Evidence.
Courtney Fogarty, I'm the Deputy City Clerk at the City of Largo.
Jennifer Getchell, Office Specialist at the City of Largo.
Andrea Gamble, City of Madeira Beach, Deputy Clerk.
Adriana Neves, Town of Reddington Beach, Deputy Clerk.
Walt Pierce, Director of Finance for City of Madeira Beach.
Clara Van Blargen, City Clerk, City of Madeira Beach.
Linda Portal, Planning and Zoning Director, City of Madeira Beach.
Jay Hatch, Recreation Director, City of Madeira Beach.
Trish Eaton, City of Madeira Beach Fire Department.
And I'm Ruth Nickerson, City Clerk, Treasure Island.
Thank you very much. Now, did anybody have any topics they wanted to add? Okay. So I think the plan is that we'll stop, and if you all decide as a group that you need a break, just tell me and we'll stop. I won't be offended at all. And then I think there's lunch that's scheduled from noon to 1 that the city's providing. And then the afternoon session, at least tentatively, the idea is that that was going to be much more of a Public Records 101, what is an agency, what is a public record. I went into this morning with the expectation that most of the folks that are here today, this morning, already have all that. And I didn't want to spend a lot of time. If somebody wants me to, I will. But I'm assuming that most of the folks here know what an agency is. They know what a public record is. The really basic stuff, we have that. Is that fair? Okay. So let's talk about the legislative changes and what I perceive as some of the unintended consequences. And in my relationship with Madeira Beach, one of the things that I'm hoping to accomplish, and I am happy to do this for anybody that wants it, I would love it if public officials, public agencies, never, ever, ever had to have another public records lawsuit. It's expensive, it's frustrating, it's time-consuming. Generally, it's just a big waste of everybody's time. But unfortunately, it is the only statutorily prescribed remedy. That's all there is. If somebody wants a record and they can't get it and they're entitled to it, the only choice they have is to file suit. And there have been and we'll talk about this in a moment, there have been a whole bunch of things that the legislature's done to try to make it much more difficult for people to sue, and those changes, I think, are going to have very negative unintended consequences for everyone involved. But my ambition here is to come alongside and help, not just citizens and not just people that want records, but public officials. I will become adversarial at the drop of a hat if somebody takes the attitude that they're my records and you're not going to see them. But I get asked this a lot when I've done meetings like this with other agencies or groups of agencies. Invariably, one of the questions that comes up is, in your experience, what typically triggers public records litigation? And there are three things. It's attitude, attitude, and attitude. It would be extraordinarily rare for me to have any meaningful interaction with a public agency and not witness technical violations of the Public Records Act. If I were a public official, and God forbid I was subject to the Public Records Act, there is no doubt in my mind that I would invariably violate the law with some technical violation, because there's so many. There's what, 1,000, last count there was 1,122 exemptions. there's a lot of moving parts, and this is going to sound patronizing, but I really mean it. I say this to citizens on a regular basis, so I'm not just saying this because there are clerks here. City clerks, in my experience, as a group, and I'm sure there are exceptions, but as a group, are among the most knowledgeable people in the state of Florida on public records issues, particularly when it comes to retention issues. A deputy clerk with very little experience would run circles around me on retention issues. So there's a lot of stuff that goes on. And because of that, because there's so many moving parts, it would be just extraordinarily unusual for me to interact with an agency and not witness technical violations of the law. What leads to litigation is a technical violation and a really bad attitude. Like somebody wants to go get a record and they just start jacking you around and playing games and they won't give you the records. In my experience, that's what leads to litigation. So that goes back to the whole customer service angle that I'm trying to present to public officials. I want to help you all see it from the perspective of citizens and why citizens want records and why sometimes it's very frustrating. And when I speak to citizens, I want the citizens to try to get a better perspective of what it's like from your side of the counter. I have had the opportunity to develop some really good relationships with public officials around the state. I don't hate all of them, and believe it or not all of them hate me. I have really good friendships with a number of them, including some city clerks. And there's no doubt in my mind, in fact, I mentioned this to Tom this morning, who we met for the first time today. We have communicated in the past, though? Okay. I mentioned to Tom this morning that in my experience, there's no doubt in my mind that there are lots and lots and lots of public officials who are really trying to do the right thing, who are entirely, eminently honest, who genuinely want to make records available to people. So it's not like there's, I don't think, I've never thought that there's some big conspiracy to try to frustrate access to records. So that is not the perspective that I'm coming from. I think there are honest people of goodwill on both sides of this. So the big legislative changes, there are two in particular that I think are really worth talking about. The first one is 119-0701, and this was passed, I think it was in 2014. It was originally proposed in 2013, but it was amended or changed and passed in 2014. And this essentially deals with contractors. So, unfortunately, I have lost count of the number of public records lawsuits that I've been involved with. It's in the hundreds. I quit counting when it got to like 400. The vast majority of those didn't involve public agencies. The vast majority of those have been against contractors. And I'm hoping that as city clerks or deputy clerks, you all will kind of understand where I'm coming from on this. So I am completely apolitical. I can't stand the Republicans. I can't stand the Democrats. I don't have any use for either one of them. I'm on a lot of issues, I'm very liberal. On a lot of issues, I'm very conservative. It would be very hard to pigeonhole me as far as my politics. So this is not a swipe at any particular political persuasion. As a general concept, I'm very open to the idea that private entities may be more efficient than government entities. That may very well be. But my question is, are we comparing apples and apples? And in my experience, the answer is absolutely, positively no. And here's a good example. So the Department of Juvenile Justice, for example, they operate more than 100 residential youth facilities, and that's just a euphemism for children's prisons. And I have been to dozens and dozens and dozens of these facilities, and they are indeed children's prisons. Somebody at DJJ got the bright idea that what they were going to do was privatize these. They're going to let private companies come in and operate them. That is clearly an instance of a private entity standing in the shoes of the state. They're doing something the state would otherwise do. It's something the state was doing. And that by itself, pursuant to 287-087, makes them subject to the Public Records Act. If you are a private entity or a private person and you're standing in the shoes of the state, you're the state. You have the same obligations under the Public Records Act as the mayor does. And if you read their contracts, and I have read thousands of these contracts, the contracts explicitly state that part of what they're getting paid to do is to be the custodian of public records. And they're subject to all the requirements that the city of Madeira Beach is when it comes to public records. So my question to you city clerks, and this is an honest question, so tell me your name again. Vivian? Okay, so you work for the Largo Police Department. You're in the records department. What percentage of your day involves records? Public records. Okay, so 75% of your day is dealing directly with public records. Andrea, how much of your day as a deputy clerk deals with public records? 50%? What was your name again? Trish? What agency you're with? Okay, and what percentage of your day is dealing with public records? No, I don't mean just requests. I mean your whole day, right? So if you're a clerk and you're touching a record, unless it's a birthday card that your mom gave you, it's probably a public record, right? So if I say to you, and I don't know if he's still doing it, I don't know if he's still alive. John Canada at one time was operating a private company that was actually contracting like with the city of, or the town of Southwest Ranches, some other towns down in South Florida. So a private company was actually stepping in to be a city manager. I don't even know if he's still doing that. If I said that I can do it cheaper and better, so I want the city of Madeira Beach to fire your whole city staff, hire me as a private contractor to come in and do their job. I'll do it cheaper and I'll do it better. But oh yeah, by the way, I'm not going to fulfill any of the obligations as far as public records custodianship or responding to public records requests or maintaining any of those records. Would that be comparing apples and apples? No, right? Absolutely not. So what has happened is with these private contractors, and I dare you to do it, get a copy of a state contract. There's an excellent, superb public resource. I can't remember his name now, the new state CFO. The last one was Atwater. The website's still up. It's called Florida Facts, and you can go online and you can download thousands and thousands and thousands of state contracts. There's a lot of search capabilities. So if you want to see a DJJ contract for one of these children's prisons, you can actually download it and read it. And if you were to make a public records request to one of these contractors, my experience tells me that you're probably not going to get the records the way that you should, and you probably won't ever get them. And it's not just because they refuse to comply with public records requests. They aren't complying with any of the Public Records Act. They aren't maintaining the records. If you ask them, I have sued hundreds of private contractors. Not one time, not once, have I ever dealt with anybody that works for a private contractor that knows what a document disposition report is. Not one who is, not even their attorneys, who even knows what a records retention schedule is. So you ask them, well, which records retention schedule? You know, there are 14 that are promulgated by the Secretary of State's Office Division of Library Services. Which one did you guys select? Which one are you guys operating under? What? They don't have a clue. Now, if you don't know what a records retention schedule is and you've never filled out a document disposition report, you probably aren't complying with the Public Records Act, right? So, Vivian, sorry to keep picking on you. Can you what is a document disposition report? You know? What is a document disposition report? Correct. Why? Because you need to be in compliance with Florida records law. Yeah, public officials don't get to just start destroying public records because they feel like it. Right? It's like a chain of custody because it's actually a sworn affidavit because it says, and I'm doing this from memory, something to the effect that I'm the person that's signing this, everybody that's handled it acknowledges that there's no pending civil litigation that will be negatively impacted by this, and It's based on the number of cubic inches, how the records were destroyed, right? All that. So it's a chain of custody so that we know what happened to those records. So if I'm getting paid millions and millions and millions of dollars, and the one part of the contract that's not negotiable, we can negotiate how many beds this children's prison is going to have. We can negotiate how many calories a day they're going to get. We can negotiate whether they can have a basketball court or not. But the one thing that cannot be negotiated in that contract is records custodianship. You can't, it's not a legal contract in the state of Florida without that. But they don't do it. And if you start asking them, give me the names of everybody that works for your organization in fulfillment of this contract who has actually taken any public records training, that's ever gone to one of Barbara Peterson's classes. Nobody. Did you guys ever buy a sunshine manual? Nope. Did you guys ever adopt a retention schedule? Nope. Did you guys ever fill out a document disposition report? Nope. So imagine for a moment somebody saying to you, Vivian, I'll do your job better, cheaper than you can do it, except that it's not going to have anything to do with public records. Is that a fair comparison? Not at all, right? I mean, if I worked for a public agency and I had to deal with public records, and I knew that that was the nonsense that a lot of these private contractors are doing in order to win bids, I would be pissed. Why aren't they? That's a great question. That's a terrific question. I'll tell you why. Because they are big-time lobbyists. I mean, that's really what it comes down to. Now, I'm gonna step on some toes here. So I hope that I don't come across as being like really intense, although that's sort of my personality, and it's not directed at anybody personally. I just get on a soapbox, and if you want to move on, tell me, I'll move on. There are a few organizations in Florida that, in my experience, and I think that there's a lot of evidence to support my contention, are hugely adversarial towards transparency. A few organizations in particular that really, really hate the idea of open government. The Chamber of Commerce is one of them. I think they hate it. If you look at the public records exemptions that have been proposed over the last few years, one of the names that comes up over and over and over again supporting these exemptions is the Chamber of Commerce. The other is Florida League of Cities, which, you know, almost everybody on that side of this table is in some way or another affiliated with the Florida League of Cities. You remember the Clerks Association? That's part of the Florida League of Cities. The Florida League of Cities hates transparency. They hate open government. They hate it. Now, it's amazing to me because the clerks, several years ago, back in 2012 or 13, Gwen Johns up in Mount Dora reached out to me, and she and I have developed this very warm, friendly, professional, and personal relationship. She's a lovely lady. And that was sort of the beginning of me starting to see things from the other perspective. She's extraordinarily knowledgeable. We've met, I've lost count how many times we've met. And early on, one of the things she showed me was this manual, which was all the retention stuff. And I was amazed at how much detail there was and sort of blown away, realizing I thought I knew a lot about public record stuff, but on that side of it, I'm clueless. I wouldn't even know where to begin how to do your job. So I know the Clerks Association is really, really knowledgeable and does a really good job of training when it comes to public records. But as far as advocating or being adversarial towards transparency as an organization, the Florida League of Cities hates open government. They just do. So to answer your question, Debbie, why aren't contracts getting canceled? Because nobody will bother to do it. Nobody will do it. They just won't do it. So 287.058, which is Florida statute, it says that if there's a Category 2 contract, and we're talking about state contracts, and I'm going to come back in a second to the 119.07.01, the statute with the unintended consequences, which affects everybody here. So 287.058 doesn't really affect anybody here except as taxpayers. That applies to state contracts. And what it says is for there to be a valid contract, if it's $35,000 or more, the contract has to have language in it that specifically says, explicitly says, that the contract can be immediately and unilaterally terminated if the contractor fails to comply with a public records request. Somebody makes a public records request, you give them the middle finger, that's it. We cancel your contract. That's never happened. Now, I could show you thousands, I could document thousands of instances where they have done exactly that. They have said, no way, we're not going to give you the records. But I can't show you a single instance where a state contract has ever been canceled. Ever. So I had the bright idea back in, I don't remember, 2012. I just, on a lark, I decided, you know, I live in Lakeland, so I decided I was going to drive down to Lake Okeechobee, and I decided the night before to do it. One of my brothers went with me. We went down to Moorhaven. It's out in the middle of nowhere. And they have a prison there, Moorhaven Correctional Facility. And at the time, it was being operated by CCA, the Corrections Corporation of America, which is the largest private prison corporation in the United States. And I thought it would be fun just to show up and you literally, it's sort of Kafkaesque. You literally press a button like a doorbell, a buzzer to get in. And I thought it would be fun to go in and ask for the visitor's log. I just wanted to see what they were going to say. And it didn't go well. So within a few minutes, there were 4 sheriff's deputies, a highway patrolman. We were detained inside the prison, and we weren't like in the secure part. We were in like the lobby where visitors come in, right? We were on the public side of the security apparatus. And the deputy warden was demanding that our cameras be taken and destroyed, and all I did was, you know, like, here's the visitor's log. It's right there in front. You know, I just want to photograph and inspect your visitor's log and snap a picture and I'll leave. And it went sideways, and we ended up being a lot of litigation, and it was a long lawsuit and a trial, and anyway, we won. But so CCA, Geo Group, MTC, those are the 3 big ones that I can think of. They're private prison companies. If you ask them for records of these private prisons are operating at taxpayer expense, they will not give you the records. But if you look at the state legislators, the big ones, they're all getting contributions from them. So, you know, they just don't comply. So what happened was they passed 1190701, which essentially took the requirements of 287058, which was just for state contracts. And they said, okay, with local contracts, we're going to do the same thing. So 1190701 says that if your agency, a local agency, enters into a contract for services with a vendor, and that vendor is acting on behalf of the agency, that the contract now has to say the same thing, that, you know, we can cancel the contract, and you're subject to the Public Records Act, which they were anyway. Under the case law, they still were, right? Even if the contract doesn't say that, you're still subject to the Public Records Act because you're acting on behalf of an agency. The idea was we're going to actually put the words in the contract, right? So one of the things that I've noticed in talking to local agencies is very few of them are actually doing this. And I think that creates potential liability for the local agencies, right? I mean, one of the things, and this goes back, Debbie, to your question, why is nobody doing anything about this? Because nobody cares. So I have had direct conversations with either the secretaries of the agencies or their chiefs of staff, with the Department of Corrections, the Department of Agriculture, the state CFO, the Department of Military Affairs, Veterans Affairs. There are about 100 state agencies. I've had conversations with most of the heads of those agencies or their chiefs of staff and given them concrete examples of where they have contractors who are not complying with the terms of the contract. The one thing in the contract that allows for it to be immediately and unilaterally terminated, and they aren't complying with it. Nobody's ever done anything about it. They just shrug it off. They don't care. Well, believe me, if we're not doing it here, they're not doing it anywhere else. I mean, Florida actually, on paper, we have the best public records laws in the country. I mean, they're really broad. They're really, really broad. The flaw Well, the enforcement mechanism, so here's the thing. This is where I'm happy to have a dialogue with you all. So if you want to ask questions, if you want to call me on what I'm saying, feel free. This is the time to do it. The criticism that I've gotten over the years, and I'm a deeply flawed person, there's a lot to criticize, and if you all want to criticize, please, I'm more than happy to hear it. But one of the criticisms that I've gotten is that I have gone around, I've made a career of going around tricking agencies into breaking the law. Gotcha is the way they like to call it. That you're asking people, you're looking for some low-level person who doesn't have a clue about what they're supposed to be doing, and you're tricking them into a technical violation, and you're suing them so you can make money. That's what I've been accused of over the years. None of that is true. I most certainly have not made money doing it. If I look at where I was financially 10 years ago and I look at where I am now, believe me, I haven't made a penny. It's been a one-way direction for my bank account. It has generated a lot of legal fees, none of which I get because I'm not a lawyer. The lawyers get paid. Every time I go to court on a public records lawsuit, there's one person in that courtroom who's not getting paid, and that's me. The judge is getting paid, the bailiff's getting paid, the court reporter's getting paid, the defendant's getting paid, their attorney's getting paid, everybody's getting paid. I'm the one person that's there that's not getting paid. I have never tried to trick anybody. I mean, accusing me of engaging in gotcha litigation is like saying that because you set up the Highway Patrol sets up a radar gun under an overpass, that they're tricking people into speeding. They're not. They're just documenting what people are doing. So one of the things that I don't do it anymore because I don't have time to do it. I used to make a lot of public records requests in person. And I'm very candid about this. I was candid about it at the time, and I'm still candid about it. I was making the requests, for the most part, to see how people would respond. I didn't have any particular interest in the records. Sometimes I did, but for the most part, I didn't. But I didn't want to waste the time of the agencies by asking a clerk to go find some record someplace in a back. So what I would do is I would ask for the visitor's log. And the reason I'd ask for the visitor's log is because usually it was on a clipboard at the front desk. The agencies are making people touch it to sign in, which means there ain't nothing exempt and confidential in there, right? I mean, if there was something that was exempt and confidential, you waived that exemption a long time ago when you stuck it out there in front for everybody to see. So for somebody to comply, all they would have to do is say, yeah, help yourself. Snap a picture, walk out. Now, very often what would happen is as soon as they saw the camera, they'd reach down and they'd pick that clipboard up and somehow, like, we don't want you to see it. Now, I didn't just turn around and go sue people over that. I would ask them, and I videotaped this. I have hundreds of videotapes of me doing this. I would say to them, would you mind contacting the city clerk? Would you mind contacting the city manager? Would you like to contact the agency attorney? It was never about, let me see if I can get a lawsuit. It's just not what I do. So the statutory change, Barbara Peterson describes it as the anti-Joel Chandler statute, because they claim what they're trying to do is to keep people like me from going around and tricking people into violating the Public Records Act. The problem is that's not what was happening. I've never done that. If I get so much as a whiff of somebody trying to do the right thing, I got no interest in suing them. None. I don't want to sue them. So one of the unintended, yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Just that I've heard that people do go to people out in the field who have no clue about what this is all about, and they start asking them questions, and then suits happen.
Right.
I was going to pick up on exactly that. That Maggie was saying. I was going to make a similar point that there are people who are trying to abuse it and generate fees for law firms. So that's why, for instance, now you have to prove you're not a robot email address, that you're a real person. You don't have to identify who you are. But as someone, I see the same things he's seeing. I experience the same things. Just very briefly on this proposed bus rapid transit from Wesley Chapel into St. Pete, the contract with that vendor says they are to respond to the request as if they are the agency, yet they try to bureaucratize. You have to point to them and say, look, page 74 of the contract. So there are people I just want to make that point. It's not just the obvious, you can't look at the prison visitors logs. There's also much softer violations that are still violations. And then as far as the abuse, I also don't view myself as being abusive, and I don't like being lumped in with those who are trying to generate fees for attorneys. So I wanted to make that point. There is abuse, but I don't think from Joel, for sure.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we don't want any liability, do we? Back to your comment, Mayor. Are there people that are deliberately trying to trick people? Probably. I mean, there's almost 19 million people in the state of Florida. 21 million? Okay, so out of 21 million people, yeah, I'm sure there is somebody like that. In 2014, I was asked to go to work for Citizens Awareness Foundation, and I was their executive director for 5 months, and I quit. They were paying me 120 grand a year, a lot of benefits, and I walked away from it because it became really clear to me very quickly that really all they cared about was generating legal fees. I don't have an interest in that. That's not fair to taxpayers, because it's the taxpayers that ended up picking up the tab. Now, back to, so we're going to come to that in just a moment. That issue was dealt with very directly in 119.12, which is the statutory change, which we'll come back to in just a moment. So here's how 119.07.01 impacts you all. I can't make a public records request directly to a contractor anymore. You can't do it. How do you have to make, if I want to make a public records request to a contractor, how do I have to do that? What's that? Yeah, what I have to do is I have to make my request to the agency, and the agency has a responsibility. So my request, I'm not actually asking Madeira Beach for the records. I'm communicating, I'm uttering my public records request to the contractor through the city of Madeira Beach, and Madeira Beach has a duty to immediately, that's the statutory language, immediately communicate my public records request to the contractor. If the contractor doesn't give me the records, then what I have to do is I have to send a notice of noncompliance by certified mail at least 8 business days in advance of filing suit to both the agency and to the contractor. That's what has to happen before I can ask a court to make them give me the records. So the way that impacts local agencies and state agencies is it's created a whole mountain of work for them, because before I could just go straight to the contractor and ask them to do what they're already getting paid to do. But now I have to go to you and I have to ask you to do it. You see the difficulty there? And all of that was done to try to create hurdles so that people like me who really want access to records, and I used to do a lot of what I called auditing, where I would just make the request because I wanted to see how the agency was going to respond. Are they complying with public records request or not? Now, that almost never happens. Almost, I think I can say always. The stuff I work on now, I really, really want the records for a very, very, very specific reason. And one of the reasons that I do that is because the legislature has done what they've done. So before we move on, any questions about 119.07.01, about the contractors? Yes, sir. No. The Attorney General has no authority to enforce public records law. It's just not part of the constitutional mandate for the Attorney General. The state attorney, local state attorneys can do criminal prosecutions. They very rarely do. There have been public records criminal prosecutions. I think there have been 8 or 9 in the history of the state of Florida. And bear in mind, we've had public records laws going back to 1889. Now, they've changed a lot. They've become much more clearly articulated, and they've evolved, but it's been around for a very, very long time. And by the way, Public records access is a really, really old, fundamentally American concept. A lot of people think that this is somehow esoteric. If you actually go back and read the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson specifically mentions access to public records, and he uses that phrase, public records, and public meetings. The King of England made it very difficult, if not impossible, to get access to public records and made it very difficult to attend public meetings. And those are two of the reasons we fought a very bloody Revolutionary War. So this is a fundamentally American concept. There have been very, very few prosecutions. I was responsible for one of those prosecutions. 2010, I think it was. No, it was 2008 or 9. The general counsel for the Polk County School District was criminally prosecuted and convicted for violation of the Public Records Act. He paid a $253 fine, and then he went from being a member of the Florida Association of School Board Attorneys. The next year he became president of the organization, which, by the way, is loosely affiliated with the Florida League of Cities. So, you know, nothing bad happened. He still has a job. So criminal prosecutions almost never happen. There are a lot more prosecutions of sunshine violations, open meeting stuff. That oddly enough, actually gets prosecuted. And if I were a public official, especially if I were an elected public official, that would be the part that, I mean, public records is important, but for the most part, except for, you know, making sure you're not destroying emails that you get, or, you know, sending text messages and all this stuff, which I'm more than happy to get into detail about that if anybody has any questions about it. For public officials, the real issue is not having meetings you're not supposed to be having, right? That stuff gets prosecuted. It's a weird cultural thing. I think that public records violations are actually way more common and are just as serious as open meetings violations, but they just don't get prosecuted. Yeah, and the thing, these are really, really important public policy issues, right? I think they are. And a lot of them are public safety issues. I mean, we start talking about, like the children's prisons, for example. You know, maybe you see the world as we need to have more law and order and we really need to crack down on people. Maybe you're the opposite end of the spectrum and think we ought to, you know, give everybody therapy. I don't know. But I think most people, most decent people, would say that if the state is going to have custody of children, the state has an obligation to be sure that they're cared for. Right? I mean, is anybody going to publicly disagree with that? Well, how do we know they're being cared for if we can't see the records? Are they getting enough calories? Are they getting medical care? I mean, these private, for-profit corporations have absolute control of these children's lives. And if you say, I want to see whether or not they're really being taken care of, good luck. So here's and by the way, the agencies will tell you that they provide the oversight, and that is not true. So several years ago, I was interested in going around and visiting a bunch of these children's prisons. And the Department of Juvenile Justice has a list. If you go to the website, they had a list of all where the facilities are and who's running them, which company's running them. So they had one. It was many of these have names that make them sound like the kind of place where you want to get your kid in early as a registration so that they get a slot, right? It's like the Avon Park Youth Academy is what it was called down in Highlands County. Long time ago, I spent a lot of years selling copy machines, and that was part of my territory when I worked for a couple of multinationals. And the address for this Avon Park Youth Academy didn't make sense to me when I saw it. So I contacted DJJ and asked them to confirm the address. They said, yep, that's the address. I went to Google Earth, and Google Earth zoomed in, and what it showed me was an empty field. Well, I thought, well, obviously that's an old satellite photograph. So I contacted the postmaster in Avon Park, and their response was, no, there's nothing out there. It's just like cow pastures. Okay, well, obviously there's some disconnect. So I contact DJJ, long story short, I get them to send me the plat maps, which has the longitude and latitude, not a physical address, but a longitude and latitude. I type that into Google Earth, and guess what? It's an empty field. There were 200 and something boys that were being cared for as part of this contract. It took the Department of Juvenile Justice 2 weeks to figure out where those kids were. Now, I followed up with DJJ, and I asked them for their inspection reports because DJJ has a statutory mandate to do unannounced inspections to be sure that there are fire extinguishers and the kids are getting fed and nobody's getting abused, right? And guess what? All those inspection reports had down as the address. Every last one of them. Not the actual address, they had the address that was the empty field. So what I know is that nobody really went out there and checked on those kids. And the state of Florida, if you have any doubt about this, and I won't waste more of our time talking about, but if you really have questions about what gets me wound up and why this is a big deal and why I keep talking about DJJ, I got one word for you, dozier. Everybody know what dozier is, right? The state of Florida, children in the hands of the state of Florida for more than a century were treated like trash and dumped in a mass grave. And that's a fact. That is an absolute fact. That wasn't a state contractor that was doing that. Those were state employees. That was the state of Florida, and going back to 1967, the governor of the state of Florida in 1967 was Claude Kirk, who admitted in 1967 that if the citizens of Florida knew what was going on there, they'd be in, I think a direct quote was, they'd be in Tallahassee with long guns. It didn't get closed until 2011. So this was not a secret that nobody knew about. The state knew about this. DJJ knew about it. Governors knew about it. There was a congressional delegation that was sent to the facility. It opened in 1903, and I think it was in 1905 or 1906. The legislature actually sent inspectors out there, and what they found were children as young as 5 years old who were housed in metal cages and shackled on their feet and their hands, like animals. That was the state of Florida. So I'm a very cynical, very jaded, very skeptical person when somebody says, we got this, you don't need to look. There's nothing to see here, just move along. 2000 and, I don't know, 2012 maybe? So the way the takeaway I think for local agencies on this is if you enter into a contract for services with a contractor, maybe they're great, maybe they did a wonderful job, maybe they really are doing better, cheaper than you guys could do it. But you have an obligation. I think you have a legal obligation, and I know you have a moral obligation to be sure they're really delivering what they're supposed to be delivering. And I can tell you, if nobody checks, they figure that out very quickly. And maybe children's lives aren't at stake. Maybe this is maybe they're just picking up trash or something. But taxpayer dollars are at stake, right? And those taxpayer dollars, you got those. I mean, every time the government asked a citizen to do something, at the end of that ask is what? The threat of force, right? It's the threat of force. That's always what's at the end of it. Anybody not following what I'm saying here? Right? The policeman asked me to do something. I say no enough times. At the end of that, it's going to be force, right? So we're taking money. I'm getting paid to be here today. I'm very conscious of that fact, that the money I got paid to be here came from somebody who I know ask probably isn't the right word. They were told, you got to pay money, right? Some of the people that live here in Madeira Beach, you all pay for me to be here. So I think that if public officials need to be conscious of the fact that they really do need to follow up with their contractors. You have a legal obligation to do it. I think you have a moral obligation to do it. And I say from experience, they are not doing, if there's a public records component, I'm willing to bet money they aren't doing it. So just so we're clear for everybody on the record here, if you are doing business, if your agency is doing business with a contractor and there's a public records component, I'm willing to bet money that they are not fulfilling that end of the contract. No, I'm talking about local contracts. If the city of Madeira Beach has entered into, and I don't know whether you have or you haven't, if the city of Madeira Beach has entered into a contract for services, meaning that those services are being delivered on behalf of, and that's the key phrase, on behalf of the city of Madeira Beach. It could be a private entity, but they're acting as an agency. So, no, it's a direct contract. So anybody wants to jump in here, feel free. There are lots and lots of examples where municipalities don't do it as much as state agencies do it, I don't think, but trash collection is one of them, right? So if a local agency enters into a contract with a trash collector, yes, ma'am. Okay, so like with copy machines, I would argue that there's a fairly complex legal analysis that goes, and I'm not giving anybody legal advice, I'm telling you the analysis that's in the case law and the analysis I use when I'm trying to decide whether somebody's subject to the Public Records Act or not. A simple way of looking at this is Company X, in their absence, or in the absence of a similar contractor, would the agency do the work themselves? If the answer is yes, then that contractor is probably acting as an agency. So, for example, in 1980, there's Fox Towing down in southwest Florida had and this is a very common example. You have a tow truck company that has a contract with a municipality. They tow vehicles that are abandoned on the side of the road or whatever. The court said they are clearly standing in the shoes of the state. In the absence of Fox Towing or some other tow truck company, would the municipality just let cars pile up on the side of the road? No, they would tow them, right? So that contractor, any records created or received in connection with any towing that they're doing on behalf of the city is subject to disclosure. Does that make sense? All those records, not all the records that Fox Towing has are subject to the Public Records Act, but any records that they created or received in connection with fulfilling that duty that would otherwise be fulfilled by that municipality, that's a public record. And I'm telling you that if you've got a contractor that is standing in the shoes of your agency, they are not complying with the Public Records Act. They aren't doing it. I'd be willing to bet money. And if anybody wants to take me up on that, we can make a day of it, and we can go around and make public records requests. And you watch. They aren't doing it. None of them have adopted. I'll come back in just one second. None of them have adopted a retention schedule. None of them know what a document disposition report is. They don't know a sunshine manual. They never send anybody to any kind of public records training. They don't have a clue. But you're paying them. They're getting paid with tax dollars. Your local agency's tax dollars are paying them to do a job that they claim they can do better and cheaper than you. Well, sure, they're not doing what they're not fulfilling the contract. Of course they can do it cheaper. Yes, ma'am. The answer is yes to both. I do think that I'm not picking on Madeira Beach, they're my client, so and they've been super, super sweet to me. They've been delightful to work with. I think Madeira Beach has an obligation to make sure that if there is a contractor that fits this description, like copy machine contract? Probably not. I mean, that's just a vendor, right? But somebody that's standing in the shoes of the agency, I think the city has a duty you have a duty because the language has to be in the contract. It's got to be there, right? The problem is these people sign these contracts and they don't ever intend to do it. And if you read them, in almost all these contracts, with very few exceptions, the one part of the contract that allows the agency to immediately and unilaterally terminate the contract, I mean, even if it's a $100 million contract, I can cancel it today if you violate the Public Records Act. You would think, I mean, if I had a $100 million contract and there was one thing that could get that contract canceled today, boy, I'd really take that seriously. They don't. So I think it's everybody's fault. I think it's the agency's fault for not saying, hey, look, this is important to us. We're going to check to be sure you actually do this. And we catch you doing this, you start destroying records or not fulfilling your obligations under the Public Records Act, you don't get to keep taking our money. But I will tell you that no matter how diligent the agency is in trying to make that point to their vendors, I think most vendors simply will not do it. We'll take a break here in just a minute, if that's okay with everybody. Yes, ma'am. Well, I can't give the agency legal advice. I can tell you that if you're asking me, hey Joel, we have a vendor who's supposed to be compliant with the Public Records Act and they're not, what do you think we ought to do? My response would be fire them. I'd fire them in a heartbeat, and I would do it with extreme prejudice. What's that? Yeah, and this isn't about being mean. This is about these records belong to the public, and the only way the public, if public officials, and I'm not scolding anybody here. I mean, the fact that you all are here, I mean, I believe that means that you really care about public records issues, and we have a lot more in common than would divide us. If public officials aren't serious about transparency, it will ultimately lead to the public losing confidence, right? And you want to get people worked up, let them start feeling like their tax dollars are getting misspent. So it's in the interest of public officials to be transparent and to insist that contractors be transparent. So before we take the break, let me just move on very quickly, and then if you guys have any questions, you want to come back to this, feel free, and I'm more than happy to go into more detail if you want it. But any other questions about the contractor stuff? Yeah, I think what I would encourage agencies to do is to look at all of your contracts. If it appears that it is a contract for services, and that, again, not legal advice, the matrix I personally would use is if in the absence of this contractor or a similar contractor, would we do this? If the answer is yes, then I would say that there's a good chance that they are subject to the Public Records Act. Whether the contract says it or not, I don't think it's fair to a vendor to not put them on notice that they're subject to the Public Records Act. I think that's terribly unfair. People in the private sector don't think about this stuff, right? It would be really, really unfair to let somebody start taking money and they really are, I don't know, doing something that is clearly an agency function and not put them on notice that you guys have to comply with the Public Records Act. But if they are on notice, I think that agencies need to audit them. You need to check, are they really doing this? And I think you'll find out that most of them, I think you'll find out that all of them are not doing it. I don't think you'll find a single one that does it. You won't find a single one that knows what a retention schedule is or a documented disposition report. None of them will have a sunshine manual. None of them have been to training. None of them, they have not identified a custodian. They haven't said this is the custodian of records for our entity. None of that's happened. They just complete, total, blank. And by the way, and I'll mention this and we'll take our break. This issue is something I'm dealing with right now. It's not with contractors, but it's with associations. So 11901 parent 3 says that if public money is used in payment of dues or membership contributions, anybody know what the rest of it says? Okay, so if you use public money to pay dues or membership contributions, and this is a quote, all financial, business, and membership records that pertain to those payments are subject to disclosure in the hands of the association. Is everybody following that? Yeah, it's 11901 parent 3. So for example, if the city of Madeira Beach decides they want to join the Chamber of Commerce would be a great example. I'm not picking a fight with them, and I'll explain why later. But the Chamber of Commerce would be an example. Clearly, if the city pays $10,000 a year to be a member of the Chamber of Commerce, then not all the Chamber of Commerce's records become public record, but all the financial, business, and membership records pertaining to Madeira Beach's membership are subject to disclosure. And in NCAA case in 2009, the courts determined in unequivocal language, and this is listed in one of the cases that's listed in your packet, that public records, even in the hands of a private person, are subject to compelled disclosure. You don't have to be an agency to get sued for me to get public records. If you are a private entity, private person, and you actually have custody of the records, you won't give them to me, you can be sued. So what's happening is it's astounding to me how much public money is being used to pay for dues and membership contributions. I mean, it blows me away how much money is being spent. So Alachua County, for example, Gainesville, right? Gainesville's not a huge city. Alachua County is actually quite rural. They spent about $250,000 in 2015 on dues and membership contributions. The University of Florida last year spent over $5 million in dues and membership contributions. My guess is that statewide, we're probably talking about hundreds of millions of dollars a year are paid for dues and membership contributions. And when I say dues and membership, we're talking about just associations, right? The American Association of Paralegal Educators. And there's an association for anything you can imagine. I mean, there is literally a dog catchers association. They call it something else, but there's a dog catchers association. There's an association for anything you can imagine. Now, the problem is that there are 4 or 5 attorney general's opinions that span a period of almost 50 years where 4 different attorneys general have said the same thing, that if a public agency or a public official uses public money to pay dues and membership contributions, and that public agency and that public official don't first check to be sure that that payee, that association, understands that they're subject to the Public Records Act and those records are subject to disclosure if somebody wants to see them, that public agency and that public official, and I'm quoting, do so at their own peril. But almost nobody checks. Now, Florida Gulf Coast University would be an example, Broward College, Pensacola State College, Alachua County, the Department of Agriculture. There are a number of state agencies, and Alachua County is the only local agency that I know does this. They will not give any money, they won't pay any money for dues and membership contributions unless first that entity, that association, signs a public record certification saying, we understand that by taking this money, all financial, business, and membership records pertaining to Madeira Beach are subject to disclosure. They simply will not give the money unless you do that first. I think that any public official and any public agent that isn't doing that needs to change that today. Yes, ma'am. Well, then that's not what the statute says. The statute says dues and membership contributions. Now, I'm not going to pick a fight. I do think that because I've seen them, that the vast majority of local chambers of commerce, I think, clearly are subject to it. I don't intend to pick a fight with them. And the reason I'm not going to pick a fight with them is because the Chamber of Commerce is already one of the biggest adversaries to open government. And believe me, as soon as somebody sues them over this issue, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to run to Tallahassee and try to get the legislature to change the law. So I'm not picking a fight with the Chamber of Commerce or the Florida League of Cities. The Florida League of Cities clearly, I've looked at them. They refer to them as dues. It is a membership organization. If there was anybody that's subject to this law, it would be the Florida League of Cities. I'm not going to pick a fight with them because same thing, they're going to change the law. But what I'm finding is this. So I have looked at hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of associations who signed those certifications. They said, we promise as a condition of getting public money, we promise that all financial, business, and membership records will be available to anybody that wants to see them. We promise. We understand we don't get the money unless we make that promise. We will do that. Now, in the last month, I have asked 80 of those associations for records. And one has actually given me the records. One of them. I didn't ask the League of Cities. It was some, I can't remember who it was now, some little podunk place up in the Panhandle. It was a local, like economic development organization. And they were actually very nice, and it was really, really clear they were trying to do the right thing. Now, the reason that I'm doing this is because I have a really burning desire to look at false claims. Anybody know what false claims are? There's this really cool statute. There's a federal statute and there's a state statute. If a person or entity files a claim with the state of Florida saying that the state of Florida owes me, I did work and you owe me $1,000. If that's a false claim, if that's not true, then the state is entitled to seek treble damages plus attorney's fees, right? Well, just like this, there's a federal statute and there's a state statute that creates an incentive for people like me to go find those, right? The state gets treble damages, and whoever found it and prosecutes it is entitled to get a percentage of it, right? So they've created in the statute a financial incentive for people like me to go find contractors who are ripping off the state, right? So I started with these associations because I thought, very naively, that surely somebody who signed this really clear, I promise, I know that by taking this money, I promise I'm going to make the records available, surely they would really do it, right? So in preparation, like researching in advance of pursuing these key toms or False Claims Acts, I wanted to look at examples of people who really delivered what they said they were going to do. And to my surprise, the vast majority of them don't. So this goes back to that contractor thing. So we can all scratch our heads and say, it's terrible that the state of Florida does not enforce the law. Why aren't they enforcing it? Well, you know what? As local agencies, y'all can do it. When you find that you have a contractor or an association, somebody who has made a promise that they're going to make records available and they don't, be done with it. I mean, it's fine to send them a demand letter. It's fine to tell them, put them on notice. But if they won't do it, they shouldn't be getting your money. Right, and you know that what you're describing is one of the unintended consequences of the change of the statute. Because before, I could do it. Before, I could go straight to a contractor to see if they're doing what they said they were going to do. You didn't have to get involved. Clerk didn't have to get involved. But what the legislature decided to do is, well, you know, we don't want citizens doing that anymore. We're going to make the agencies do it. I mean, if I worked for an agency, I would not like that change of the statute because it now puts you in the middle. And it does create a lot of work. I totally agree with you. If I want to see what a DJJ contractor is doing, I can't go check with a DJJ contractor anymore. I have to go through DJJ first. And it makes it much more onerous for me to do it, but it also creates a tremendous amount of work for them. I feel your pain, and I agree with you. I'm not anti-business. I don't want to make it hard for contractors or vendors. And frankly, it would be I suspect for most local agencies, it would be a very, 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 very small number of contracts that would even fall into this category. It would be a tiny number. For Madeira, as small as Madeira Beach is, it would be, nothing springs to mind that would fall into that category. Now, police department might be more, but there aren't a lot of them.
Perhaps when you mentioned sending a letter, my first thought was that's fine by me if they have to pay for the letter. If it gets to that point where they're not compliant and your agency attorney has to send them a letter, as long as they pay the $350 to generate that letter or whatever, there has to be a financial cost. Otherwise, they're just going to wait until they get that certified letter saying we're going to sue you, and then they're going to comply. That would be my suggestion.
All right, let's take, it's 10 minutes to 11, so let's take a break, and then we'll come back at 11. Is that okay? And if anybody has any questions they want to ask offline,
I have a question because I didn't want to ask it because it might sound really stupid.
All right, we ready to get started? Mayor, do I still have to use the microphone? We're still on that, okay. I was trying to get out of it. I won't be. See, I'm not elected. Isn't that wonderful? All right. We took way longer on that first part than I had anticipated. And by the way, I'm scheduled to be here until 4 o'clock today. I know that most of you all probably aren't staying that long, but you're welcome to stay. I'll stay as long as you all want to talk about public record stuff. So whatever. Anyway, it's an open invitation. So unintended consequences of statutory changes. So the other big one is 119.12. 119.12 is the attorney fee provision in the Public Records Act. If a citizen sues a public agency in order to enforce their right to access a public record, they're entitled to recover their reasonable costs and their reasonable attorney's fees. Because there was this, what I think was a largely false narrative, although, going back to the mayor's point earlier, there actually were some people, I mentioned the foundation I was working for that I left. I think they were definitely doing this. They were looking for opportunities to generate attorney's fees. That was their priority. So the response the legislature had was to make it much more difficult for citizens to be able to sue public agencies. So there was this, I think, false narrative, and this is one of the examples that was actually used in support of the legislative change. It was a claim that somebody went up to some public agency where there was some guy out on a lawnmower, you know, like a maintenance guy working for a city or whatever. Somebody went up and made a public records request to the guy on the lawnmower. The guy on the lawnmower didn't respond appropriately, and the city got sued. I don't believe that ever really happened. I'm not aware of it, and I am a professional troublemaker. I mean, that's what I do. I have lots of relationships with lots of activists. I'm not aware of that ever having happened. I think that was a completely made-up story. But the idea was we're going to make it so that you can't do that anymore. Well, I don't think it really happened. I think this was a solution in search of a problem. So what they decided to do, and the way the statute reads now, is that if a citizen makes a public records request and they intend to sue, there are several things they have to do first. First, my request has to be directed to the identified custodian of public records. So for the city of Madeira Beach, ain't nobody can sue Madeira Beach, city of Madeira Beach, unless their public records request was directed to Clara. Doesn't matter who else you send it to. You can send it to Andrea. It doesn't matter. It doesn't count. It has to go to the custodian of records of that agency. If you don't do that, the case will get thrown out of court. Not only will the case get thrown out of court, before the way the statute was arranged was that the fees were not bidirectional. If I sued you as a citizen and I lost, I didn't get my attorney's fees, but I didn't have to pay yours. Now the way the statute reads is that the requester can get hit with your attorney's fees, which is a huge incentive for them not to sue you, okay? So if I don't make my request to Clara and I don't like the response to my public records request from the city of Madeira Beach, but it didn't go to Clara and I sue, if they have an attorney who knows what he or she is doing, they will file a motion to have the case dismissed. The judge will dismiss it. And if they want to seek sanctions and get their attorney's fees paid by me, I don't have any money to pay them, but I could end up with a judgment. Okay? Does that make sense? Yes, it does. Correct. So that defense is waived. The requirement is this, that my request has to be directed to the custodian of records. If I'm going to sue, I have to give, my request does not have to be made in writing. But the statute requires that I give written notice of my request at least 5 business days, and it has to be done by certified mail, before I can file suit. Right? I have to do that. But I don't have to do that if the agency does not conspicuously disclose both at their physical location and on their website, if they have a website. It has to be in both places. If you don't tell me who the custodian of records is and give me their contact information, then I don't have to do any of that. I don't have to give you written notice. I don't have to make my request to the custodian of records. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I think that that if a public official, I think that with the exception of the actual custodian of records, the custodian of records had better know what they're doing. Okay, and I'll come back to why in a minute, but they're the only person now that really needs to understand how to respond to a public records request. Clara's it. As long as Clara responds to public records requests the way she's supposed to, the city of Madeira Beach is pretty much immune from a public records lawsuit. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you raise very valid points. I don't disagree with that. Yes, ma'am. It's exempt anyway. Mm-hmm. The statute doesn't prevent you from giving it to them, okay? So and I want to give you the good side and the bad side, because there are advantages and disadvantages for both the public and for agencies with this legislative change. I think that there are some huge benefits, and the one that you have raised is chief among them. That now, as long as the agency is doing what they're supposed to do and making it easier for me to figure out who it is I need to be making my request to, it's great. So if you're not the custodian of the records, the janitor or the chief of police or whoever, because, I mean, let's use municipalities as an example. The Largo Police Department is not, in and of itself, an agency, right? It is a department of a municipality. Who is the custodian of the city of Largo? It ain't the chief of police of the Largo Police Department. It's not, right? I'm assuming the chief of police in Largo is like most municipal police chiefs. He serves at the pleasure of the city manager, and the city manager serves at the pleasure of the city commission, right? In and of itself, it is not an agency. And this is an issue, by the way, just sort of parenthetically, in litigation. If I want to sue the Largo Police Department, I don't think I've ever sued you guys. I have to double check sometimes. My wife said to me, she said, you know, you really should ask Andrea for a list of who's going to be at this meeting so you can figure out whether you've sued any of them before or not. Oh, I'm sure I have. I'd be surprised if there's anybody here I haven't visited. You guys had a display case. That's correct. That's right. I remember that, right? Because you had a display case that had all this like old like a handwritten jail logbook or something. Yeah. And it was like, okay, I want to look at that. Yeah, I remember that. I vividly remember that. Yeah. Because wasn't there some we knew somebody with a last name Chandler or something, right? There you go. And how many years ago was that? How many years ago was that?
Very good. Oh, it's been...
Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. So, have I visited anybody else here? Did I make anybody else mad? Was I a jerk? Okay. Because there are some people, I never know when I'm walking into a room. Tons. But even if you have a records coordinator, and again, I'm not splitting hairs, but this really is the intent behind the law. And if you can read the legislative history, you can read the legislative notes. I'm not making this up. This isn't my imagination. This is really the way it played out. The intent was, what can we do to make it really, really hard for people to file lawsuits? There's something in the lobby? Yes. Okay, right. 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 So this raises a series of questions. So back to your point. I agree with you, and back to yours. I think that it's terrific that as somebody who really wants records, and I really do want records, I can't remember the last time I made a records request just to see what reaction I would get. If I'm asking for a record, I really want it. So please feel free to take that home and think about it. And anybody you talk to, if Joel Chandler's asking for a record, I want it. There is a very, very specific reason why I'm asking for it, and we're going to come to that in just a moment, why that is very much a direct result of this statute and why I think is going to blow up in the faces of public agencies. It was a terrible idea. Terrible. But one of the good things is it should channel me to the right person, so I'm going to be dealing with somebody that's not a nincompoop. They really know what I'm doing. They can respond appropriately, and they give me the records. So my suggestion would be to public agencies, to Madeira Beach, my suggestion is everybody's response to a public records request ought to be, I'm not the custodian of records. The custodian of records is Clara. Here's her contact information. I think if that's the response that you give to every public records request, you have made yourself immune to public records litigation. As long as Clara responds properly, she better, right? As long as she does it right, you're all good. Now we raise some civility issues. If you have the record and it's right there, why wouldn't you give it to me, right? The problem we run into is now we have to be sure that people are going to, I got a record the other day. I wish I had brought a copy of it. You would laugh. I've been doing this a long time. I have made literally hundreds of thousands of public records requests. This is probably one of the worst responses I've ever seen, and that's setting the bar really high. It was all electronic. The records that I received were almost completely redacted. So it was page after page after page after page after page after page, like 60 or 70 pages, where literally almost every single part of the page was blacked out. The only thing I got was out of 60 pages was 1 or 2 sentences that weren't redacted. They didn't give any statutory citations. Their argument was that all the stuff that's blacked out wasn't responsive to your request. Everybody follows the problem with that, right? Right? If I ask for, if this was a membership directory is what I was asking for, because Pensacola State College paid dues and membership contributions to an association, who they're associating with is the whole point of the request. I want to know who they're associating with because they're associating with them at public expense. But more importantly, if Pensacola State College shows up in the membership directory, where Pensacola State College's name shows up in that membership directory that's obviously responsive, but the rest of the document's responsive, and you can't not give it to me unless what? There has to be a statutory exemption, right? You can't just say, I don't think you should get that, or that really isn't relevant. If what I'm asking for is part of a larger document, that whole document is responsive to my request. It's the record. You have to give it to me. The problem with having people that aren't the trained custodians responding, even if they're just trying to be civil, just trying to make it easy for the requesters, what happens if they do something dumb and they redact something they're not supposed to, they make some sort of a, right? There's no legal consequence because I can't sue you even if you do that to me, right? Because you aren't the custodian. But it creates a whole other issue about if I want an arrest report, and who do I go to? Who is it that I need to make my request to? Now, I suspect that you're all going to, if I show up, you say, go to that window. As I recall, you walk in, it's to the left, right? There's the records window, right? You're going to tell me that's where you go to make your records request. Okay, fine, I go and make my records request. But if they don't do what they're supposed to do, I have no way of enforcing that because I didn't make my request to the custodian of records. So as somebody that really wants the records and as somebody that understands the only way to be sure I'm going to get the records is to ask it in such a way that if I have to sue you, I'm going to win. And that's not because I'm looking for a lawsuit. It's because I have been jacked around so many times. I mean, I've been jacked around 30 times in the last week by people who are supposed to give me records who aren't giving them to me. I don't ask for a record unless I'm willing to sue to get it. And I get contacted not every day, but multiple times a week by citizens who are asking for help getting access to records. Which, if we don't run out of time, and if you are able to stay this afternoon, this would, I think, be a very helpful conversation for us to have. What I tell citizens, I'm very direct. I wouldn't ask for a record unless I was willing to sue to get it. I just don't. And that's not because I'm litigious, and it's not because I'm looking for a lawsuit. I don't want a lawsuit. I think I'm down right now to the lowest number of lawsuits I've had in 10 years, and I think I have like 4 maybe. I'd love to be zeroed out. I don't want any. But the problem is, it's going to make it really difficult. If I want a record from the Largo Police Department, I'm not going to make my request to the Largo Police Department. I'm going to make my public records request to the city clerk of the city of Largo and tell him or her that I need that record. And now what does the clerk have to do? The clerk has to communicate that. It's going to slow down me getting the record. And can you imagine the bottleneck if everybody that wanted a record took the approach that I take? I'm not going to ask unless I'm willing to sue, and if that's going to happen, I have to make my request to one person. That's it.
Can I just say a suggestion for agencies, PSTA, our local transit agency does it. It's a roll account for email requests, records@psta.net. So especially for a small agency, instead of setting up the C plan Bargain, at Madeira Beach, make it a roll account. That way, if she's away, she's out sick, you can direct it to someone else. I've already run into problems where someone's out. Like you, I don't want to sue. I just want the records. So just roll accounts might be a good way.
Well, one of the problems that we run, that I firsthand experienced, and I did a pretty extensive survey of agencies. I drew a line across the state of Florida from Gainesville down to Sarasota. And I went to, Debbie, how many was it? It was hundreds of agency websites. The vast majority do not have the statutorily required custodial contact information there. It's just not there anywhere. And let me tell you how frustrating that is. So what I have to do if I'm going to make a public records request is I have to take the time to go to your website and take however much time it takes to try to figure out whether you've disclosed the right contact person, and then I get to make my public records request. And I have to do that every single time before I make a public records request. And let me tell you what, when I get to somebody's website and I can't find it, that does not make me a happy camper. And it's not that I'm trying to be difficult, it's like, wait a minute, if you guys are going to make me jump through these silly hoops, then you guys want to play by rules, we'll play by rules. It's not a good, it's dumb, I think, for agencies through their lobbyists to have pushed for this legislation and then not take advantage of it. If you don't disclose the custodial contact information, you deserve to get sued. I hope somebody does, right? I'm not planning to, but somebody ought to sue you if that's what you're not doing. You need to make it clear. It needs to be in the lobby and it needs to be online. Yes, sir. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, they can't. That's what I'm saying. No, to sue and get your attorney's fees, you have to ask your request. Here are the hoops, the hurdles you have to go. First, the request has to be directed to the right person, provided the agency discloses that. Secondly, I cannot sue you unless I give you written notice of my public records request at least 5 business days beforehand. And here's the big one, and this is the one that I just don't know how whoever it was that decided this was a good idea didn't really think this one through. If a judge determines that the request was made for an improper purpose, then even if the agency broke the law, the requester can get hit with the agency's attorney's fees. If I sued the city of Madeira Beach for a public records violation, and a judge says, you know what, that scoundrel Joel Chandler, he was just doing that to harass the city, or he was doing it to try to find a technical violation of the law. That's the only reason he made his public records request. Not only are we not going to give him his attorney's fees, we're going to make him pay for the city's attorney's fees, even though they really did break the law. Now, I think anybody who has a sense of fairness realizes that's a dumb law, it's a terrible thing to do, even if the city broke the law, even if the agency was wrong, even if they were clearly in violation of the Public Records Act. If the judge decides he doesn't like the reason that I made my public records request, I can not only not get my fees, which can be very substantial, by the way, but I could end up having to pay your fees. So that sounds like a huge barrier to somebody filing a public records lawsuit, doesn't it? Right. That's exactly right. It sounds to me like whoever's making that public records request better have a really good reason for asking for it. Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm. I'm not aware of any statutory requirement to do that. Now, a public records request is one of the, is a delicious, oh, I can't tell you the wonderful things I found by doing that, right? Make a controversial public records request and just kind of sit and wait a little bit and then make a public records request about my public records request. Oh, the things I found doing that. So here's the problem. You hit the nail on the head. It sounds to me like unless you want to run a real risk of not getting your attorney's fees as a requester and as a plaintiff in a public records lawsuit, and you don't want to get hit with the agency's fees, you better have a good reason for making that public records request.
This language with improper purpose is new.
It's new.
And all case law previously said again and again and again that it didn't matter why you were making your request.
That's true. So here's the thing. So this is
Who determines what's an improper purpose?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
Oh, absolutely. No question. There is some. But here's the, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but here's the thing. You're right. The foundation that I went to work for was funded by a rich guy. He was worth like, I don't know, $700–800 million. He lived in this tiny little town just a mile or two away from Palm Beach, right? So, all these multi-million-dollar homes. He got in this ongoing battle with Gulfstream, this little town of Gulfstream. It's the 500 residents there. He filed hundreds, probably thousands of public records requests to this little tiny town, and filed lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit after lawsuit. And there were so many public records lawsuits, and the town spent so much money, they literally had to raise their property taxes. I'm not making that up. They literally had to raise property taxes just to pay the legal bills to defend these these lawsuits because this guy, Marty O'Boyle, just kept filing these lawsuits. One of the reasons I left the foundation was I found out that he was using the foundation after he and I had agreed that this was never going to happen. He was actually making public records requests to the foundation without me knowing about it to this town. So I'm on your side. I think that kind of conduct is despicable. People shouldn't do it. Even with the statutory change, the agency cannot consider the motivations of the requester. But the court has to, and here's why that's not good for the agencies. In the past, very often, when I've been engaged in public records litigation, somebody in court will try to bring up why I was making my public records request. And as a matter of principle, and the case law up until very recently completely supported me on this, we're not going to get into why I wanted the records. This is immaterial, it's irrelevant, it's impermissible, the court can't consider it. The court can't ask about it, they can't consider it. It doesn't matter why I'm exercising my constitutional right of access to public records. So even though I had really good reasons for having made the public records request in the first place, I simply would refuse to discuss it because it's not something the court was allowed to consider. But now the court has to consider it, and oh boy, am I glad. As an advocate for open government, it's a terrible law. And why people are making their public records requests, it shouldn't make any difference. It's nobody's business. There are lots of reasons why people make public records requests. And some of them I may think are stupid, and somebody else might think they're really important. I was in a public meeting, not a public agency meeting, but an open meeting with a bunch of activists, and somebody made the comment about, I can't stand these people who are going around making public records requests just because they can. And my response to that is, that's kind of like saying Rosa Parks really didn't want to go anywhere. She got on the bus to make a point. That's the reason that I've made not anymore. That was the reason I made public records requests before, because to make a point. If I have to, and I always try to be polite. Was I polite, Vivian, right? I'm sure there have been times where I wasn't, and if I wasn't, shame on me. I've really tried to make a habit of being polite when I interact with people in public records. So, partly because I'm videotaping it, and I'm smart enough to try to play to the camera, right? I think in terms of, I don't want to seem like a jackass on a video. But if I have to ask nicely, it ain't a right. That doesn't mean it's okay to be engaged in a lack of civility. I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying that it is a constitutional right. So here are some of the problems with the statute. One is, I think it's unconstitutional for a couple of very obvious reasons. One is, it seems inconsistent with the state constitution. Access to public records is a constitutionally protected right. And it's clear that the legislature's tried to limit that right, and I don't think that it has the authority to do that. I think it also potentially violates the 14th Amendment of the Federal Constitution, because unless I can give you written notice of my request, I can't sue you. Now, how hard do you think it would be for me to find somebody who can't write? I mean, I'm telling you, I've met them. I work primarily in poor minority communities. The vast majority of the people I work with are poor black people. And I can't tell you the number of times I've run into people who are in the criminal justice system where the ability to articulate a written public records request would not be possible. And it's not just because they don't know how. There are folks who are veterans, for example, who are disabled, who literally could not write a public records request to save their lives. And essentially what the legislature says, those people, they don't get to play. They don't get to vindicate their rights. I mean, I think that is unconscionable, and I think it's discriminatory. But back to the motivation thing. So as an advocate, I hate the law. I think it's terrible because it's nobody's business why somebody's making a public records request. As somebody who litigates, I am delighted. Because now the court has to consider why I made my request. And let me tell you, that's good for me. Anybody want to Want to talk about why that would be? Okay. Most of the people who make public, I'm not, Tom, I don't know, we just met today. Most of the citizens that I talk to who want to make public records requests, they have some hobby horse. There's a reason why they want the records. There's somewhere along the way, there's something that's got them wound up. And sometimes, believe me, I talk to crazy people all the time. I have just total lunatics that contact me. I actually had a guy come to my house in the evening, and he told me that his attorney told him to come to my house. And I know lots of attorneys, and I was like, well, who's your attorney? And he said, Jesus. And I said, and I was kind of a little confused, like, does he mean Jesus? And he goes, no, Jesus. And I said to him, as in our Lord and Savior? And he goes, yeah. And I was like, how did he communicate with you? He called me on the phone. Okay, I really do get that, okay? So I get crazy, but a lot of the people that contact me have really legitimate things that they're after. And very often, there's stuff, there are things to be found. So, as just a very quick example, specialty license tags, right? So in Florida, we have about 130 of these specialty tags. Every single one of those specialty tags is created by a specific statute. So there's a separate statute for every single one of them. And those statutes specify where the money goes. So the state collects, I think it's like $125. $25 goes to the state, and the $100 goes to whoever it is the legislature says gets the money. Right? These are fundraising mechanisms. Many of the recipients of these funds are foundations. They're charities. And the statute says not only who the money goes to, but it says how much of the money has to be spent on what. So, for example, you create a foundation, you pay $60,000 to the state of Florida, that really is the fee. You hire a statistician to lie and say that X number of these tags are going to be sold, and voila, you get some legislator to sponsor your tag, and you now have a specialty tag, and the state of Florida basically goes around selling tags for your organization, and you get the money. So typically what these statutes say is that the XYZ Foundation gets the $100, and 90 cents of every dollar has to go for programs, whatever it is they're doing. So for example, one of the more popular ones was the In God We Trust tag. It's the red, white, and blue tag, says In God We Trust. It goes to the In God We Trust Foundation. And the In God We Trust Foundation is based out of Claremont, and their purpose is to provide support, financial support, like scholarships and that kind of stuff, grants, to the widows and orphans of first responders. Who wouldn't support that? I mean, some firefighter gets killed trying to save a house full of kids. Who doesn't want to send his wife to nursing school? His widow, right? I mean, what kind of a monster would be opposed to that? So they got $484,000 in a single year from the sale of these tags. And 90 cents of every dollar is supposed to go to those programs. Of the $484,000, you know how much they actually used for those programs? $8,000. Where did the rest of it go? Nobody knows. And when a reporter actually went out there to ask the guy who was living in a multi-million-dollar home on a lake in Claremont what happened to the money, the guy, and it's on video, it was Mike Deason was the reporter, he attacks Mike Deason. Just starts punching him, and and Mike's like, "You're going to go to jail," and the guy's like, "I'm going to jail anyway." I mean, okay, so so there's 130 of these things. So one of the most popular ones is the Beat breast cancer, right? It goes to, I think it's the Breast Cancer Awareness Foundation out of Boca Raton. They got almost $900,000 in a single year. You know how much of the money, and 90 cents of every dollar is supposed to go to research grants for breast cancer. I don't know anyone who hasn't been directly affected by breast cancer. Either they've had it or they know somebody who has, right? I don't know anybody that doesn't fall into that camp. Who's against that? Of the almost $900,000 they got, you know how much of it went to zero? Not one penny, not one red cent. They kept every single penny. Now, I'm telling you, I can find stuff like, I couldn't throw a rock and not find something like that. That kind of stuff's everywhere, and that's why I make my public records requests. So this statutory change now requires whatever hobby horse I'm riding to be front and center in the courtroom. I mean, all that's done. I mean, for people who really, really have some axe to grind with an agency, if I spend enough time focusing on your agency, I will find something. I will. I will find something that's not right. And that's not because they're bad people in the agency necessarily. It's just that, you know, we're human beings. We all make mistakes. And what this statute has done, it's giving people who want, the people that show up and make public records requests typically are people that have an axe to grind. And now you give them a platform to stand up in court and talk about what that is. That's not in the interest of agencies, in my opinion, it's not. So the next time I go to court, one of the very first things that will be in the verified complaint that I file with the clerk of the court is going to be, here's why I was making my public records request, because I'm looking into X. That's not in the interest of agencies, I don't think. Besides the fact that, again, I think just as a matter of principle, it shouldn't be anybody's business why somebody makes a public records request. So that statute is, I think, going to have a lot of unintended consequences.
I looked, they don't define what improper purpose is in Chapter 119. And so I've actually been asked to make public records requests by public employees who didn't want to be seen making that request. Is that an improper purpose?
No, it's, I don't, if I'm not mistaken, the statute is in 119.12, parent 3, I think. It actually defines what an improper purpose is. Yeah, that it's intended to harass or to trigger a technical violation of the law, which I'm not saying is a good reason for somebody to make a public records request. You understand? I'm not saying that's a good use of public time. And by the way, your comment about public officials contacting you, asking you to make, I get that a lot. I'm surprised how often public officials will contact me asking me to make a public records request for them because, and this happens a lot among law enforcement actually. I get contacted pretty frequently by members of law enforcement that are asking me to make public records requests of other agencies because they have to maintain good relationships with those agencies and they don't want to be seen as being adversarial. So it's, you know, I do that as a, and city clerks actually, I've had, I think 4 different city clerks, I think it's 4, 3 or 4, who've contacted me after leaving their agencies on less than good terms that have asked me to help them get records for one, I think one was a sexual harassment, and the other wrongful termination. That's certainly a minority of the requests that I get, but yeah, if somebody asked me to make a public records request for them, I think that would be a perfectly legitimate reason. But again, I wouldn't litigate that. But if, you know, if I show up to court, it's going to be because I have a really, really good reason, good motive for being there, for having asked for the record. Any other questions about 119.12? Those are the 2 statutory changes that I think have the biggest impact on public agencies. All right, we got just a few more minutes before we stop for lunch. So any questions, anything we haven't covered yet that you guys are dying to get to? About what we write up here, what, you know, what might look that nobody looks at but me? Right, I think, yeah, so we're talking about a public official writes down personal notes, what the courts have typically referred to as a mental impression. I don't think that constitutes a public record. So when Chevin v. Byron Reed, I think it was 1980 or 82, the Florida Supreme Court defined a public record as any material, regardless of form or means of transmission, created or received in the official course of business, was intended to communicate, perpetuate, or formalize knowledge. So, and there, by the way, there are a whole bunch of things, if you really think that through, that really constitute public records. I mean, so for example, signs are public records. And I could spend a whole day talking to you about public records brain teasers, right? So, so 119.07.3 gives me the right to be able to photograph public records in the room where they're routinely stored. If the custodian decides that for whatever reason, there's a security reason or whatever, that I can't go into that room, they have to make those records available in a room with closest proximity to it, right? So somebody comes in and asks to photograph signs. Unless you're willing to start unmounting signs and moving into another room, you'd have to actually escort them around the facility to take pictures of the signs, right? Signs are clearly a public record. They're intended to communicate, perpetuate, or formalize knowledge. Just think of the trouble you could cause with that, right, as far as getting access to places that you might otherwise not get access to. I mean, if somebody said, I wouldn't do this to be creepy, but somebody could say, I want to take a photo, I want to photograph all the signs you have in all your restrooms. Inside the restrooms. Well, there might actually be a good reason for that, right? Because the sign's saying that employees must wash their hands before returning to work. I mean, there might really be a legitimate public safety reason for doing that. But anyway, back to your question, sorry. Yeah, I don't think that writing stuff down, and again, it's not a legal opinion, I think that if it were me, if I were a public official and I were writing things down on a notepad, as long as I didn't show it to anybody, I don't think it would be a public record. If I'm just writing down notes to remind myself of something. Any other questions? Well, I think if the mayor has a copy, like this agenda, I'm not going to look at it because I don't want it to become a public record. If she's written notes down on the agenda she got, I don't think that by itself makes it a public record. I think if she shares it with somebody else and the intent is to communicate, perpetuate, or formalize knowledge, then I think it might be. Correct. You mean the notes? That's true, right? So for example, if you're an attorney for an agency, if it's just notes to remind myself of something, then there's a pretty good argument that that's nothing more than mental impressions, which are not public record. But if I'm writing a brief, that's right. And there's not just AGOs, there's case law on point that in fact, I think more than one is cited in the packet that you got. Just because it's not a final product doesn't mean it's not a public record. In fact, one of the very, very, very early public records cases for the 1930s dealt with that issue, that just because it's not in its final form does not mean that it's not a public record. It is a public record. That's not the issue. Any other questions? All right, so Andrea, you tell me, Clara, tell me if you guys are okay with this. The afternoon session, the intent was to and I don't know who is going to show up, if anybody. Maybe it'll be a ghost town. Maybe there'll be a whole bunch of people. I'm happy to get into the nuts and bolts of, what is an agency and what is a public record, do all that stuff. I'm also, if any of public officials want to hang around, and members of the public, of course, I'm very happy to get into more of the details that we haven't gotten to. So, for example, I would like to talk about the dealing with difficult people, specifically dealing with activists, there's a whole, when people are trying to trip you up, one, how to identify that, how to deal with them. I can give you a lot of insight, I think, as to kind of how that whole culture works. Those are circles that I spend a lot of time in. So anyway, any other questions? Yes, ma'am. Yeah, so that's an interesting question. So I think clerks would be able to answer that question a lot better than I could, because really what you're talking about now, I draft a memo, a memorandum for okay. Mm-hmm. Yep. Now, see, you all are the smart people in the room there, because when we start getting into the retention stuff, that's complicated, right? Really complex stuff. That was a good question. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry? I'm going to defer to the city manager on this. When we start talking about retention issues, yeah, That's State v. Clearwater, right? And the example that the court used was if the city manager brings, I think it was a birthday card from a Mother's Day card into his office and puts it in his desk drawer, does that birthday card become public record? And the answer is no, it doesn't, because it never had anything to do with public business. It's not where the record is, it's what the record is. And the double-edged sword of that is, of course, that just because the email resides on your personal device, if it relates to public business, it's a public record. It doesn't matter where it is. So it swings both ways on that. I'm sorry for any confusion on that. I would defer to the city manager on that issue. I think that personal mental impressions, I wouldn't think are public record. But I think it's probably very good advice that if you're writing anything as a public official in a public meeting, I'd be very cautious about what I was writing. I suppose if we're getting into the weeds here, but sort of public record brain teasers. I suppose if the city staff decides to give Claire a birthday card, I guess somebody might argue that's public record. I don't think it would be. I mean, again, part of this is part of the equation that really this has to be part of the calculus. I think from a public agency perspective, the law has changed very dramatically. In that, if the court is not convinced that the lawsuit is legitimate, then not only will the agency not be held accountable, but the requester and the plaintiff are going to not get their attorney's fees, and they're going to pay the agency's attorney's fees. I think it's a terrible law, bad motives behind it, all these unintended consequences we talked about. But the odds of somebody suing over something like that, I think, are almost zero. I tend to think very much in upside, downside, and what's the risk, what's the reward. Even if I were motivated to it, and I'm not, and I never have been, to file a lawsuit just to screw with somebody, I think suing over something like that would blow up in your face. In the plaintiff's face, you didn't pay the agency's attorney. I think the odds of any sort of public records litigation that doesn't have real legs to it has gone down very, very, very dramatically. Just because, I mean, when I sued, I live in Lakeland, I sued the city of Lakeland. Ultimately, and the case wasn't even fully adjudicated. We ended up ultimately settling. They paid my attorney $95,000, and their attorney got $60,000 or something. It was $160,000 total, so whatever it is. I didn't get any of that. But today, and that was a completely legitimate lawsuit, and the facts were awesome. They were great. The city clearly broke the law. But even in a really good case with really good facts, I think somebody, since the change in the statute, really has to think about what their exposure is when they file a public records lawsuit. Because even if you have a really good reason, I'm telling you, just because the law says X doesn't mean that's what a judge is going to do. And I get contacted to consult with attorneys and plaintiffs tell everybody the same thing. Anytime you go in front of a judge, it's a crapshoot. I don't care how good the law is, how clear the law is, or how black and white the facts are. Every time you go in front of a judge, it's a risk. So I think that the likelihood of us seeing those kinds of lawsuits in the future are probably very, very, very low. The problem is, I think, for agencies, I think that public records lawsuits that we see moving forward will probably have really, really, really good facts. I mean, better than they used to be, and that the outcomes will be a lot more likely to be in favor of plaintiffs as opposed to defendants. Yeah, lunch. Thank you very much.
I was going to say, I'm on.
Anybody have any questions before we get started? Okay. Real live stories. I should have, since we have all this multimedia stuff, I should have brought some videos. Okay, difficult people. So first let me say that when people ask me what I do for a living, my response is that I'm a full-time civil rights activist. The second question that I get asked is it possible to really make a living doing that? And the answer is no, it's not. This is not being a civil rights activist is not a good paying gig. So I don't recommend it for, planting your nest egg. I think a lot of times people have the mistaken impression that civil rights activists are monolithic. Like we all think the same way. So if I go to a get-together, there was my wife and I went to a funeral a few months ago of an acquaintance of mine who was a civil rights activist, died of old age. And so I went to his funeral, and so this was a circumstance for a bunch of activists to get together for this funeral. And in this gathering, there would have been a very broad spectrum of interests, political persuasions. There was everything from very liberal to very conservative. So I think that in dealing when an agency or a public official is dealing with an activist, the first thing to remember is that they are not monolithic. The civil rights movement in the 1950s and 60s is very instructive on this point. So there was actually a lot of friction. We tend to think of Martin Luther King and just, I think most people, that's the only person they really think of when they think about the civil rights movement in the 50s and 60s. But there was a lot of friction between a lot of the people who were in leadership positions during the 50s and 60s in the civil rights movement. For example, the Freedom Riders, it was SNCC, that was a student group that promoted that and led that. They were really, really angry at the time with Martin Luther King because he was not at all supportive of the Freedom Riders. He felt like it was too confrontational, it was too over the line, too over the edge. Now, by the end of, I guess it would have been 63, I guess, he was supportive of it, but there's a lot of friction. So I think one of the mistakes that public officials make, and this particularly relates to law enforcement, is when they're dealing with activists, they tend to think of them as they're all the same, and they're not. Is anybody in here, anybody familiar with Saul Alinsky? If you deal with difficult people, and especially if you think you're going to be dealing with activists, and by the way, everything I'm saying to you, I say to activists too, so it's not like I'm talking behind their back. I say the same thing to everybody. There's a book that was written by a man named Saul Alinsky. It's called 12 Rules for Radicals. If you think that you're ever going to deal with somebody who's an activist or somebody who's trying to provoke your agency into something that they don't want to be involved with, you should read 12 Rules for Radicals. It is the playbook for people who are wanting to engage with public officials. One of the things that I tell activists, I actually work with activists in planning protests, and I'm on both sides of this. Okay? I mean, I'll sit down and talk to student groups about, you want to provoke the University of South Florida into a confrontation, I'll be more than happy to sit down and tell you how I would do it. I'm also happy to sit down with the University of South Florida and tell them how they should respond to somebody trying to provoke them into a confrontation. The whole point of activism, of civil rights activism, is to provoke an overreaction. That's the whole point. The whole point is to provoke an overreaction. So, Selma, Alabama. Somebody tell me about Selma, Alabama. You were raised in Selma? How close to the Edmund Pettus Bridge did you live? Somebody tell me about Selma, Alabama. Everybody knows about Selma, Alabama, right? Right? The Civil Rights March, right? This was, right? So you have the Edmund Pettus Bridge. You had the Martin Luther King was there for part of it. They marched across the Edmund Pettus Bridge, and they're peaceful, well-dressed, well-groomed, very well-behaved. It was actually a series of marches over a number of days. But the one that everybody remembers was captured on live national television when these very peaceful, well-behaved civil rights marchers are walking across the bridge. They were actually going to march to Montgomery in protest of an African-American man who had been killed. Originally, they wanted to carry his body in a casket and lay it on the Capitol steps, but Martin Luther King said, no, that's too much, let's just do a march. When they got across the bridge, what happened? The Alabama State Police were there, some of them were on horseback, all of them were wearing gas masks, and they rode in on these unarmed, well-behaved, peaceful civil rights protesters, and they beat them with billy clubs. They gassed them. Some of them took their billy clubs and wrapped it with barbed wire and just started brutally beating these people. Even the governor of Alabama, bless his heart, was embarrassed by what happened. Everybody was shocked. The American public couldn't believe that happened. Had the Alabama State Police not overreacted, and had that not been caught on television, none of us, except for Clara, who grew up there, would know what Selma, Alabama was. Right? The only reason we know anything about it is because there was a big-time overreaction. Now, I don't think any of those civil rights marchers wanted to get hurt necessarily, but I can assure you, at the end of the day, they were delighted that there was an overreaction. Is this making sense? So we were talking at lunch about some of these. If anybody wants some, I'll be more than happy to send them to you. I used to have a whole bunch of videos on my YouTube channel of me going and making public records requests. And the videos that were up there were not public officials saying, sure, here are the records, have a nice day. The videos I put up there were the public officials who were telling me no, or we're going to call the police, or, right, it was people that were overreacting to me, right? So if what I'm trying to do is to raise public awareness about the need for greater transparency and for public officials to do the right thing, what I want is the overreaction. You giving me the records and saying, yeah, here they are, have a nice day, doesn't do me any good. What I want is for you to tell me no. And I want you to tell me no in a really ugly way. And the more over the top it is, the better, right? If what I'm after is activism. That's exactly right. So for activism to be effective, there needs to be there are two things you have to have. One, you have to have an overreaction from the establishment, from the authority figure. And two, you have to have an audience. If you don't have both of those things, it doesn't work. Now, if you were all a room full of college kids wanting to raise hell on college campus, I'd be telling you the same exact thing. I'd be using the same words that I'm using right now, except there'd be a lot more profanity. If you need an audience and you need an overreaction. So if you will think about that when you're fielding a public records request. Now, sometimes you're going to know this is just somebody that wants a record. They're harmless. This is somebody you've dealt with 10 times. It's whatever, not a big deal. But you get the sense that, wait a minute, I think this is somebody asking for a record that's really trying to corner me, really trying to set me up. They're trying to get a lawsuit. Or their motives are not pure. I want you to stop and think. What they want, if they're smart, is an overreaction, and they want an audience. So if you want to dial all that back, don't give them either one. Does that make sense? So the first way of dealing with an activist or somebody that you think is going to be difficult in trying to set you up, and just for the sake of brevity, we'll call them activists, don't give them an overreaction and don't give them an audience. I got contacted by most of the agencies that I've interacted with on public records issues from this perspective have been law enforcement agencies. And inevitably, one of the questions that comes up is, how do we deal with activists, these people that go around, cop watchers, cop blockers, they videotape, they're trying to catch police officers doing the wrong thing, they've got the cameras, they're sticking the cameras in their face, there's a traffic stop and they start videotaping. What should we do? Yeah, ignore them. Just completely, totally ignore them. Some of the best known, most widely viewed YouTube, cop block, cop watch people are people that I associate with. And again, we're not monolithic. Probably 1 in 1,000 things we would agree on. But they're people that I know. So I say this from firsthand experience. If they go out and they're videotaping a traffic stop and nothing interesting happens, what do they do? They get in the car and they go looking for something else, right? They're looking for something else. It's boring to them because what do they want? They want people to watch their YouTube channel. And if a cop is not beating somebody up or grabbing the camera out of the videographer's hand, it's not interesting anymore. So I find it curious that very often one of in these interactions that I have with law enforcement agencies on this issue, and this typically doesn't happen with sheriffs or police chiefs. This is usually a reaction I get from the patrol officers is, well, but that guy's putting his camera in my face. Well, most of the time when you watch those videos, what's really happening? It's the police officers coming up to the camera. The police officer's putting his face in the... It's the exact opposite of what the officer's complaining about, right? So if you're, whether it's a police officer or your code enforcement or your parks department or whoever it is that some videographer or some activist is shadowing or whatever, the best advice is to simply ignore them. If you ignore them, they will go away. Because what they are looking for is an overreaction and an audience. And if you don't give them either one, they got nothing. Does that make sense? All right, so all of that, I think, can be applied to dealing with difficult people in the context of public records requests. And I think the same thing would be true for open meetings. So any questions about that? All right, can we cross that off our list of things we were going to cover? Okay. Public record, I'm going to kind of combine a few of these things. So public records pitfalls, and I mentioned earlier about, and this came up at lunch, things that I'm seeing, and this kind of dovetails with working with activists, things that I'm seeing that I think we are going to start having a lot more litigation with public agencies over. Vivian mentioned to me, you made a public records request. She wouldn't tell me which agency it was. She made a public records request to an agency recently, and their response to her was that she needed to make her request in writing. oh, you were in a meeting, and somebody said that they require that the request be made in writing. Now, I would have thought that by now, in 2018, everybody would know that you're not supposed to, everybody knows you're not supposed to do that, right? You can't require that a request be made in writing. Everybody know that? Okay. Yeah, an agency cannot. Now, with the exception is the judiciary, which is not covered by 119. They're subject to public records law. They're subject to Article 1, Section 24 of the Florida Constitution, but they are not subject to 119. It's a completely different set of rules. So we're not talking about the judiciary. With the judiciary, requests really do have to be made in writing. But for other agencies, you cannot require that the public records request be made in writing. I still see that. I'm surprised how often I see it. I don't see it as often as I used to. And of course, one of the common offenders was somebody would have a form. Well, you got to fill out the form. You don't, and that's pretty much a guarantee that somebody's got a brain who's going to know that there's some fun to be had with that. So if you have forms, my suggestion is, I don't think agencies should use forms, public records forms. It's a bad idea, I think, generally, because agency personnel who are not informed will see that form, and they'll just assume that you have to fill it out, and that's not the case. As I mentioned this morning, I do think moving forward, if there's an emphasis, and I really think the custodians and the head of the agency really have the onus on them for this. I think agencies need to be communicating to all their personnel. If you get a public records request, your only response is, I'm not the custodian of records. The custodian of records is Clara or whoever, and this is their contact information. If that is the response, you will stay out of the weeds. And frankly, I think that is the most efficient and kindest thing you can do for the requester. I mean, not only is it good for you avoiding problems, it really is the best thing for the requester. Send them to the person who really can help them. There are a number of things that I have started finding that are of particular concern. Not all agencies have access to it, but a lot of agencies in the state of Florida have access to DAVID, which is a driver and vehicle information database. It's what public officials, not just law enforcement, in fact, most agencies that have access to DAVID are not law enforcement agencies. It allows them to look up your driver's license information. It's highly restricted. Access to this database is very, very, very restricted. It's covered not only by state law and not only by a memorandum of understanding between the Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles and the contracting agency, but federal law applies, and it's covered by the Driver Privacy Protection Act, the DPPA. And the DPPA is draconian. If you access DMV records and your access is not lawful, you personally are liable for the cost of litigation, and you are liable for liquidated damages of up to $2,500 for every time you did it. The agency also has liability. The statute precludes liquidated damages being awarded against a state agency. So FDOT, if somebody at FDOT accesses DAVID and they do it illegally, the plaintiff cannot get the $2,500 liquidated damages from FDOT. But if somebody at a local agency does it, the agency is potentially liable for the liquidated damages. Does that make sense? I know this can be a little confusing. So does everybody understand what I mean by DAVID? It has, I've never been able to see DAVID because I'm not authorized. I've never actually been able to see it. But believe me, I've spent a lot of time poking around with it, although I've never seen it. So I know you did. And I will, by the way, if anybody wants to know, and we're going to keep going here, but if anybody wants to know why I'm making a particular request, if you've gotten a request from me, you want to know why, I'm totally okay telling you why and explaining what's going on and if it's part of an overarching grand scheme. And with that one, there really is. So DAVID doesn't just have it has your driver's license, your photo array, and this is going back, I guess, probably as many photographs as you've ever had with DHS&V. It has your signature array. It has your vehicle history information. So every vehicle you've ever had registered in the state of Florida shows up on this. It has, not everybody has medical information. Not everybody has disclosed their medical information to DHSMV, but if you have, like you have a heart condition, or you're diabetic, or you're epileptic, that information is there. So personal medical information is part of this, or can be. Your address and your emergency contact information is there, right? So there's a lot of information, a lot of very personal, very sensitive information. Yes, ma'am. Well, there's a lot. If you look at your driver's license, what's on the front of it is just the tip of the iceberg is what David has. There's a bunch of other stuff that's on the magnetic strip. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. What was the name of that community? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't feel comfortable with it either. Yeah. Yeah, I've experienced something similar to that. I used to really be into boats. It's funny, when I started doing activism and I decided this is where I wanted where I want to spend my time professionally, like I said, it's not really a good paying gig. So first we went through our cash, and then I cashed in my children's education funds. Then I sold my boats, right? I had my priorities straight. The kids' college education, they can go first, but we've got to save those boats. I used to go to the Fort Lauderdale International Boat Show. It's an awesome, if you like boats, it's, anybody been? It's amazing. It's amazing. Well, it's held at the port, and the port is, it's a federal port, right? So there's a lot of restrictions about not bringing knives and guns and that kind of stuff. But to get into the actual convention center, which is also part of the port, the concessionaire, the private company that's operating the boat show, at least the last time I went, they were requiring people to hand over their driver's license. They'd swipe it, so they would collect information. I don't know the answer to that question. Something to me doesn't smell right about that. I suspect that somebody's doing something they're not supposed to be doing, but I don't know. Well, there's a lot. I think people would be surprised to know how much information is there. So the problem with the origin of DPPA, the law was created in 1994. I think there was a woman. I don't remember her name. She was an actress in California. Some whack job got access to her DMV records. He stalked her, he assaulted her, and then he murdered her. And in response to that, Congress said, you know what, we make people give up this personal information to get a driver's license, so it's our responsibility to make sure that that information just isn't available to anybody that wants it. So what happens in Florida, David is administered, and David is just what they call it in Florida. It's called different things in different states. But in Florida, it's administered by DHSMV. DHSMV enters into a memorandum of understanding with the local agency. I have a list of all the agencies that have access to it, and there are like, I think, 1,400 agencies in Florida that have access to it. It's a lot. And there are only 362 law enforcement agencies in the state, so most of these are non-law enforcement agencies. And the memorandum of understanding puts the obligation on the individual agency to monitor its personnel's access to David. So DHSMV is not liable. It's the Largo Police Department that's responsible. They have to check to make sure their people aren't abusing it. That's the way it works, right? But this gets abused a lot. Is anybody here from Clearwater? Did somebody say, was there somebody here you're from Clearwater? Okay, so Clearwater, a few years ago, there was a police lieutenant, I'm not picking on you, but there was a police lieutenant who, and this is really common, it's amazing how often this happens. So this police lieutenant had a practice. He would see some attractive woman in traffic, he would get her tag number, and he would run her information, and he would come up with some silly excuse to show up at her house, like, hey, we're looking for a lost cat or something. I guess he thought he was so charming that in that 30-second exchange, he was somehow going to get a date. He was also, he had done this hundreds of times. He looked up, there was a bar that he frequented, and he kept looking up the barmaid's information over and over and over again. The person in Florida who gets looked up more than any other, because remember, photo arrays are part of this. The person in Florida who gets looked up more than any other person in David is who? Guess. Huh? No, what individual person gets looked up more than anybody else? Pam Bondi. Tens of thousands of times. Tens of thousands of times. There was some guy there was a cop in, I think it was Ocala, who looked her up like 5,000 times. I mean, over and over and over and over again. For what? I don't know. You have some guy who's out on doing whatever he's doing in the middle of the night, and he keeps looking at the same picture over and over again. I don't know. Who knows? It is creepy, right? It's really creepy, which is the whole reason it's confidential. You're not allowed to do that. It's not your personal Google, okay? So I went to the Manatee County Clerk of Court to file a public records lawsuit. And when I went in there, I filled out some paperwork. So Florida has a very, very generous civil indigent statute, right? You don't really have to be really, 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 really broke to qualify for it. You can actually, it's surprising how much money you can actually have and how many assets you can have and still qualify to get your filing fees waived. If you go to civil court and you want to file a lawsuit, it's $401 for the filing fees, you got to pay $10 for a summons, and you got to pay for service of process. Well, if you make less than X amount of money and you have a certain number of people in your household, you don't have to pay those fees, right? It just gets waived, which I think is a good thing because we don't want people taking the law into their own hands. We want people to actually take their problems to court. We don't want people pulling out guns and knives and settling things between themselves, right? We don't want that. We want people to, if you got a dispute, go to court. Well, you can't tell people, and the Supreme Court has said this, you can't tell somebody just because you're poor you don't get access to court, okay? So there's a civil indigent statute. It's 57081 in the Florida statutes. So if you fill out this application and you meet their qualifications, they waive the filing fees and you get to file your lawsuit without paying them, okay? And I've done that. I've done that many, 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 many times. And I am completely unapologetic about it. Well, the statute's very clear. The process for determining whether somebody qualifies for civil indigency is binary. Either they do or they don't. The clerks are not allowed to use their own personal judgment, and they are not allowed to do any further investigation. They have to limit the decision based on the four corners of that single piece of paper. What's on that piece of paper? It's either you do or you don't. Now, why would we have that law? Because if somebody walked in that looks like you do, and I'm a bigot, I might say, you know what, I'm not going to approve your indigent application. Right? We don't want clerks, we don't want public officials deciding on their own whether or not you're going to get access to the courts. If you qualify, you qualify. That's it. You are not allowed to look at anything else. So when I went into the Manatee County Clerk of Court's office and I handed them my paperwork, the lady at the front desk, the deputy clerk, takes the form, she goes in back, and I see through this glass wall, she walks into somebody else's office. She hands to the woman, she turns to her computer, and she starts clicking, and about 5 minutes later, she walks out and she has an envelope with a bunch of stuff written down on the back of the envelope. And she says, Mr. Chandler, I just have a few questions about your indigent application. She said, I see here that you own 14 vehicles. Well, under the indigent statute, you can only own one vehicle, and it can't be worth more than $5,000. You can't have more than $2,500 in cash. You can't have any stocks or bonds or whatever, right? I mean, you do actually have to be pretty broke. Now, you've seen David. When she says I have 14 vehicles, I don't have 14 vehicles, I have one. At the time, I had a 14-year-old Volvo that was worth $2,000 on a good day. What she was seeing was every vehicle I had ever had registered in the whole time I've lived in Florida. Well, how do you think she got that information? She accessed David. Because one of the things you have to give on that engine application is your driver's license number. So what she did was she violated federal law and she looked up my David information. Even though the statute says you're not allowed to consider anything other than what's on this piece of paper. They're specifically prohibited from doing it. Now, and this is going to go back to that motive thing we were talking about this morning about why I think that change in the statute is not going to work out well for public agencies. So what do you think I did when I saw that? Well, I explained to her, no, I only have the one, and they approved it. They approved it, and I got to file my lawsuit. Or who knows, it may have been a stack of lawsuits, I don't remember. What do you think I did with that piece of information? What would any good activist do? I got really curious. If they did that to me, I wonder if they're doing that to other people. So I made a public records request. And what I asked for, I want to see, because they changed David. So David, there was old David and new David. It changed in August of 2014. This all happened in November of 2015. Okay, so they changed the system in August of 2014. This happened in November 2015. I made a public records request to the clerk of court's office, and I said, I want to see every single civil indigent application. Criminal indigent applications are different. I want to see all of the civil indigent applications that you've accepted. Then I made another public records request to DHS&V, and what I asked for, I want to see every single David query from every single agency in the state of Florida that's not a law enforcement agency. And the reason I excluded law enforcement agencies is because a lot of that's going to be ongoing criminal investigative information, and I knew there'd be a whole bunch of hassles about exemptions. Well, if you're a clerk of the court, there's not going to be any ongoing criminal investigative information. Well, it turns out the clerks of the court in that, what is that, about 18-month period from August of 2014 to November 2015, they had made 1.7 million queries of David. Now, confirm if I'm right about this, ladies. You all have access to David. So there's a purpose code, right? There's a little pull-down window, and I say, I haven't actually seen David. This is just because I've done a lot of research, sister. So there's a pull-down menu, right? And there's 40 of them. There are 40 purpose codes. And what the person who's accessing David does, they do two things. The first thing is when you log in, you have to make a sworn statement, and that sworn statement is that my access to David is authorized by law, right? Yeah. And it's under penalty of perjury, right? Every time you log in. The second thing you do is you select that purpose code, and you're telling the system, under penalty of perjury, this is what I'm doing with it. Well, one of those purpose codes is, you double check when you get back to your office today, it's 017-indigent determination. So my question was, well, how many clerks of court have used that purpose code? Well, it turns out the Manatee County Clerk of Court has done this thousands of times. Thousands of times they've done this. And what they have been doing is they have very deliberately, and in my opinion, very maliciously, been trying to deprive poor people of their due process rights. They're going out of their way. I mean, they're literally, all they have to do, by law, all they have to do, if a clerk of court does this right, they look at the indigent application, they see how much money you have, they see what your car is worth, they see what these are your assets, and either it matches the requirements or it doesn't. And if it doesn't, you don't qualify, it does, we approve it, we stamp it, and we move on. I mean, it takes seconds for somebody to approve this. Instead, what Manatee County Clerk of Court decided to do was they were going to go above and beyond and break the law and access a database which is restricted by federal law and look for a reason to deprive these poor people of their access to court. Now, here's the thing. Those weren't just people filing public records lawsuits. And we say, so what? Who cares about a public records lawsuit? Those were people who were trying to get custody of their kids. Those were people who were trying to get protective orders and go to court because they were concerned about stalkers or abusers. I have thought about this. I wonder how many lives were irreparably changed because some public official took it upon themselves to break the law and deliberately try to keep somebody from getting access to the courts. Now, they've done this thousands and thousands and thousands of times, and it turns out this happens all over the place. So this brings me back to these pitfalls and the things that I think are coming. There has not been a lot of DPPA litigation in Florida. I suspect that's going to change. It should change. For example, I will probably end up suing at least 12 cases, filing 12 cases over DPPA violations, people who've looked up my information, they're not supposed to do it. Now, here's the difference. I know you didn't. Here's the difference. Huh? Well, what I do, and this is all public record, what I'm saying, right? We're creating a recording, and this is going on like some, somebody can see this, right? So there's no secrets here, right? This is out in the open. I told my wife this morning before we came over here, I said, I bet you I end up using part of what I say today in court at some point where I'm going to make a point to some judge. I was completely open about this. I wasn't hiding anything. Anybody wanted to hear it, wanted to know what was happening? I was willing to tell them. What I do is about every 90 days, I make a public records request to DHS&V. And I'd encourage everybody in the room to do this. You ought to do this. I make a request to DHS&V every 90 days or so asking for any queries of my name. And it cost $19 or so, which is unlawful, by the way. I think the fees are unlawful, and I'll explain that in a second. Yeah, and you give them your date of birth, your name, and your DL number, and they'll look it up. And maybe nobody looks you up. I get looked up all the time. And sometimes it's not obvious as to whether or not it was lawful or not. Oh, they tell you who? It's down to the millisecond. I mean, literally, when I say millisecond, it's the millisecond. And I can see every single array that they looked at. So I know that Susie at the Clearwater Police Department, and it's not Clearwater. Is anybody here from St. Petersburg? Yeah, because that's one of them. So here's the difference, though, just for full disclosure. So the lawsuits I'm planning to file, I'm not going to sue the agencies. Because DPPA allows me to either sue the agency or I can sue the individuals. And I've decided it's time to start changing behavior. And I think the way to make people quit doing this is to make the individuals pay. And I don't think the taxpayers ought to pay. I think the individuals that did it, they're the ones that ought to be writing the check. And here's why this is a big deal. So think about the indigent thing. So who is filling out an indigent application? Poor people, right? Some of them are really poor. Some of them are broke. Some of them are homeless. You start dangling out in front of them, hey, you know what? If somebody looked up your information, you may be entitled to $2,500. How hard do you think it would be to sign up those people? I mean, right? So here's the point about, this is the reason I brought up DPPA. One is, if your agency has access to it, you need to be monitoring it. I will tell you that it is shocking to me not only how much abuse there is, but how easy it is to find. Here's an example. So when I got the 1.7 million queries from DHS&V for the clerks of court, there was a deputy clerk of court in Clay County, which is just outside of Jacksonville. This is deputy clerk of court. She had used the 911 dispatch purpose code like 300 times. Okay, what does a deputy clerk of court have to do with 911 dispatch? They don't have anything to do with 911 dispatch. I mean, that's clearly fraudulent. I mean, she's clearly abusing the system. Or you see somebody that looks up the same person over and over and over and over and over again. So I would encourage you, even if your agency has somebody who they think is really monitoring David access, I would be very surprised if they couldn't improve how they're reviewing it. It's appalling how much this happens. It's appalling how easy it is to find. And I think that we're going to start seeing a lot more litigation. And the bad news for agencies is that they can potentially have their access to David revoked. Can you imagine how hard that would be to do good law enforcement without access to David? I mean, literally, a cop wouldn't be able to run a tag. But individual public officials are going to start getting hammered with this. So it's really abused a lot. Any questions about David? Yes, ma'am. Well, there are a couple, in addition to David, that's an easy one. You can just, like I said, just contact DHS. The problem with by the way, the $19 fee or whatever it is they charge for it, the reason I have a problem with that, I've actually fairly recently had a conference call where I was talking to DHS&V, and during the conference call, they were kind enough to run a query for me while we were actually on the call. I could hear them clicking the keyboard, right? And it took seconds for them to pull up the query. So it only takes a few seconds for them to get the records and to produce the records. These are electronic records. So this is one of those public records requests that really shouldn't cost very much. It probably shouldn't cost anything, right? And by the way, individual agencies, if your agency has access to David, you're capable of doing the same exact thing. You can run it's an instantaneous query. It takes seconds. So I made a public records request to you about this, right? And if you have access to David, and your agency has access to David, you got this request from me. You got it, there were several requests. So I made a request back in March of 2016, and that one went to all non-law enforcement agencies. And what I asked for was the personnel file of every person who has access to David. Then a few weeks later, and by the way, when that request went out, I was in Las Vegas with my wife. So I was not inside the state of Florida. I wasn't with anybody else. I didn't mean to say that like, oh, I happened to be with my wife that time. I'm always with my wife when I go to Las Vegas. I don't go to Las Vegas very often. A few weeks later, I made a similar public records request, but this time it was to every law enforcement agency in the state of Florida. And what I asked for was the IA summary, which is the internal affairs summary, of every sworn officer in the state of Florida. And when I made that request, I was not in the state of Florida either. I was in a cabin in the mountains of North Georgia for a couple of weeks. So why did I do that? Why would I have been in those places? That's exactly right. I want to see if they would access my David records. That's exactly right. I figured if I asked for Susie's personnel file and Susie has access to David, I wonder if she'd be dumb enough to actually access my David records. Like she might be thinking, who's this Joel Chandler person? Who do you think he is asking for my personnel file? I'm going to look him up. And then I did the same exact thing when I made my public records request to law enforcement officers. I was very open about that I was making that public. Now, with those, the primary reason, in addition to testing to see whether they were going to run my David information, is and this is a long ongoing project of wanting to build a database, a searchable database of IA summaries. Does everybody know what an IA summary is? Okay, so yeah. Internal affairs summaries. Typically, these look like a spreadsheet. In most agencies, they look like a spreadsheet. And if officer-friendly, if I ask for his IA summary, most officers, it'll be a blank spreadsheet. It'll just be the headers. There's nothing there because officer-friendly has never been in trouble. Doesn't mean he never did anything wrong. There's never been any official record of him getting in trouble. Okay? Most officers don't have much, if any, IA activity. And this is just a summary. This isn't all the internal affairs investigative stuff. This is just officer-friendly, beat somebody up, and either was sustained, not sustained, or what's the third one? Exonerated. So if you, by the way, this is just a tip for people that are curious or citizens or activists. If you make a public records request for an IA summary, that's a really good way of screening officers to see if you got a problem officer. It's cheap, right? Because it takes seconds for somebody to produce an IA summary. It's not a really invasive public records request. Whereas if you ask for a personnel file, that could be, depending on the officer, it could be hundreds of pages, and their home address and their social security number, the name of these kids, and where the kids go to school. All this stuff's exempt and confidential, and it takes a long time to redact all that stuff, right? So if I really want to do it on the move and I want to see if I can find a problem officer, I ask for IA summaries. And by the way, just to kind of give you an example of how valuable this is from an activist or citizen's perspective, I have an ongoing interest in school resource officers. Now, I'm probably going to offend some people here. I'm sure, I have no doubt, and I mean this very sincerely, that there are some really, really exceptional men and women who serve as school resource officers, who are dedicated to what they do. They're beyond reproach. They're doing what they want to do. It's a positive career choice for them. My direct experience has been that many of those are officers who are being disciplined, and that school resource officers at that position very often is treated by law enforcement agencies as a dumping ground for bad cops. And I'll use the Tampa Police Department as an example. The Tampa Police Department, about 80% of their officers have no disciplinary history whatsoever. If you ask for the IA summary, it's blank. 20% of them do, and some of those IA events are quite serious. The Hillsborough County School District gets school resource officers from 3 places. One, they have their what are called school security officers. They're like their internal police. Then they get SROs from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, and they get SROs from the Tampa Police Department. If you ask for, as I have, the names and badge numbers of all of the SROs that TPD provides to the Hillsborough County School District, and then you ask for the IA summaries of those police officers, what you will find is the exact opposite. 80% of them have disciplinary histories and 20% of them don't. And many of those disciplinary histories are quite serious. For example, there was a police sergeant who was still on the job while he was actively under investigated for aggravated sexual battery on a minor. Now, while that was going on, he was still showing up to Lakeville High School with a gun and a badge and a taser and the authority to deprive somebody of their property and their liberty. This is a widespread problem. By the way, remember that motive thing we were talking about? I would love to have the opportunity to get on my soapbox about this in court. Not that I would abuse it, but can you imagine the numbers of records that I get asked for that relate to this issue? I mean, there'd be almost no end to it. Public records about the law enforcement agency's training, about their personnel files, about IA. I mean, there'd be record after record after record after record. And at the end of the day, Your Honor, the reason I asked for that record is because I believe there's a serious public policy issue here. There's a serious public safety issue as exemplified by what happened at Parkland. Do we have the best people on the job protecting our children? That's why this whole motive thing is not going to work out for public agencies, because all you're doing is giving people a chance to get on their soapboxes. So, back to the David thing. The David is something you need to be on. You need to stay on it. You need to be looking at it. And even if your agency already has somebody who says that that's what they're doing, I promise you, you let somebody like me start poking around and I will find problems. They are there. This gets abused all the time. So, Claire, like with your son, what I would do is I would ask for, I'd make a public records request to David's, the DHS&B. So I got on a rabbit trail. The problem with the DHS&B thing, where they charge the $20 or whatever it is, what they're doing before, if you call or you send them a public records request, before they, even though it only takes seconds to run the query, what they do is they contact your agency and say, hey, Joel Chandler made a public records request. Your agency accessed his David records 20 times. Do you want to assert an exemption? Does anybody see the problem there? What is the problem? They're not the custodian of the records. That's exactly right. They have no authority for asserting an exemption. It doesn't exist. Right? Clara cannot tell the clerk in Clearwater, don't release that record. She's not the custodian of the records for the city of Clearwater. And there is case law on point. Chandler v. City of Sanford, right? The court was really, really clear about this. Only the custodian of the record can assert an exemption. By the way, Tribune v. Canelo, the Florida Supreme Court, 1984, said the same thing. Only the custodian of records can assert an exemption. But what DHSMV does is they deliberately delay for weeks the production of these records while they send out an invitation to every agency who's accessed the David records and asks them, please, would you like to assert an exemption? All right, so the other way that the information maybe you've gotten on your son would be FCIC. So it's the Florida Criminal Investigative Center, which is operated by FDLE, which is also paired with NCIC, which is the National Criminal Investigative Center, which is operated by the FBI. And there is a new service or product available that came online in late or early 2015 called Elvis. Are you all using Elvis? Yeah. So essentially what Elvis, was created by the Florida State University. Is it Florida State or UF? Florida State, I think. So Florida State developed it, but it's operated through, it's weird, it's operated through the Fort Walton City Police Department. And what Elvis does is it essentially gathers David information from David and information from FCIC and NCIC and puts it all in one place. And it makes it super convenient because you can access it from any internet connection. I'm sure there's not going to be any abuse of that. So Officer Friendly can access that from his smartphone. He doesn't have to log into the system at the Largo Police Department where somebody's monitoring. This is all going to be monitored by the smart folks at Florida State University and the Fort Walton Beach Police Department, who I'm sure has lots and lots of spare manpower so that they can monitor the access of and activity of a bunch of other law enforcement agencies. So this is a real issue, and this really has been used. I'm not kidding. It really does get used to stalk people. It's been used to murder people. It has been used to rape women. This is a very, very, very serious privacy issue, and people need to be looking at it. And as I said, there hasn't been a lot of DPPA litigation in Florida. I think that's probably going to change. So your agency should be aware of that. Another one of the potential areas of new litigation is section 69081.8a of the Florida statutes. So, and I'm sorry, your name again? Ruth. And which agency are you with? I'm with Treasure Island. Okay, so let's say, God forbid, and this probably never happened and probably never will, but let's just say that the city of Treasure Island gets sued. And at the end of that ugly, torturous litigation, both the city and whoever it is they're litigating with decide to settle the lawsuit. Would it be lawful for the city of Treasure Island to enter into a confidential settlement agreement? A confidential settlement agreement, a secret settlement agreement. Well, let's poll the room. Is it legal for a public agency in Florida to enter into a secret settlement agreement? Ever? What's the consensus? Yes? No? How many say yes? How many say they can do it? How many people think that it's okay for them to enter a secret settlement agreement? All right, raise your hand if you think it's never allowed, that a confidential settlement agreement is never authorized. No public agency in Florida can do it. Oh, come on, y'all are not willing to commit. Come on, it's one or the other. Of course they can't. It's totally illegal. I mean, the settlement agreement, it's not legal. You cannot do it. Because it's a public record. This settlement agreement is a public record, right? Do public agencies in Florida have attorney-client privilege. Do public agencies in Florida have attorney-client privilege? Of course they don't have attorney-client privilege. Absolutely not, they don't have attorney-client privilege. Now, those communications and records created that are the work product of the attorney, and while litigation is ongoing, it's exempt, right? But as soon as the lawsuit or the litigation's over, guess what? Right? Yeah, it's fair game. Anybody can see it, right? And that's the way it ought to be, because it's our money that's being used, right? So the idea that, I mean, the idea that there's any public official in the state of Florida who thinks that it's okay to enter into a secret settlement agreement, I mean, that just sort of defies logic, right? I mean, it's a public, the settlement agreement itself is a public record. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Who later was fired for his interaction with an autistic boy after my son left. My son hates cops. They had nothing to do with this, but he hates all kinds of groups. He is autistic. But in that case, there's FERPA. And so in the case where the kid had, the mother had sent the kid into the school with a recording device, there's audio. And I could see a scenario where because of FERPA or other reasons, some of the whereases, like we're free to settle this because. Wouldn't some of that be exempt? Not the amount, not who the parties are, but couldn't some of the facts be exempt? I don't want to get too deep in the weeds, but...
Yeah, everybody know what FERPA is? It's the Family Education Privacy Act, okay? Education records. FERPA is the boogeyman that really doesn't exist, okay? So education, public educational, well, all educational institutions in the United States are covered by FERPA, and they can't disclose education records. It's a very large statute. It's thousands of pages. The consequence for a school violating FERPA are, when I say inconsequential, in the 30 or 40 years that FERPA has been on the books, not a single school has ever lost funding as a result of it, which is the consequence. If you violate this, we'll take your funding away from you. No school ever has lost federal funding because of a FERPA violation, because just doing it one time or even a few times doesn't get it. You have to, there has to be an ongoing policy and practice. It actually has to be a policy of violating FERPA. So, but educational institutions trot out FERPA as the Mac Daddy excuse for why we're not going to give you records. They all, I mean, you ask something from a school board, FERPA. The problem with that is, one, FERPA itself specifically says that it defers to state public records laws. So if something is exempt in FERPA, but it's not exempt in the state public records law, then it's not covered by FERPA. Secondly, directory information is not covered by FERPA. And directory information, the individual educational institutions can define what directory information is. So if you make a public records request to the Pinellas County School District, I suspect what you're going to see is that FERPA, directory information includes the child's name, their address, their phone number. I know in Polk County it includes the physical description of the kid. The reason is, when you go to a football game on Friday night, what do? Hey, here's so-and-so, number 38. He's 6'4" and weighs 400 pounds, right? They're giving you that information. Well, if that's not directory information, they can't give it out. They wouldn't be able to publish yearbooks, for example, right? You wouldn't be able to go to a graduation program and have them tell you, Bobby's name. But school districts, they'll tell you, we can't tell the kid's name. No, what they can't tell me is that Johnny got an A in algebra. That's what they can't tell me. They can't tell me his test scores. But the fact that Johnny is a student there is not covered by FERPA. So I've had this exact issue that you're talking about, exact issue, where somebody says a school district has entered into a confidential settlement agreement, and they say, we're not going to give it to you, or we're not going to give you the names of the parties to the settlement. Well, the fact that Johnny fell down the steps of the school bus ain't an education record. It's not.
Okay, but again, I won't get too deep in the weeds, but in this case, the mother, her child was abused, not physically or sexually, but threatened. And she maybe the parents want to enter into a settlement agreement, but they don't want all that to be public. The officer was fired, by the way. So is there no case where you could?
Well, I'm not a lawyer, but so let me just, okay, I'm going to answer your question indirectly here. So 6908188A. I'm a curious person. I spend an inordinate amount of time thinking about public record stuff, and one of the things that I don't do it every day, but I like I love reading case law. And I sometimes enjoy reading the statutes, just reading them. And it's amazing what you find when you start reading the statutes. There's just all kinds of gems that are stuck in there. I mean, there are all kinds of things that are in there. And one of them is 6908A. Yeah, 6908A. And it says, it's called the Sunshine and Litigation Statute. So there are two parts of it. The first part of it applies to everybody. So if I go down to Walmart and I get injured by a shopping cart, and it turns out that the injury is the result of a defective design in shopping carts, it is illegal for Walmart to enter into a confidential settlement agreement with me. Even though they're a private entity, even though I'm a private person, you cannot have a confidential settlement agreement. Here's why, and it makes a lot of sense. If there is a public hazard, if there's something that's going to hurt people, we want people to know about it. We do not want to allow big corporations to hurt people and then cover it up by paying them some money and leave whatever that hazard is out there. We don't want other people getting hurt, right? Makes perfect sense to me. Sounds like a good idea. But I was puzzled to the second part of the statute, the 8A part, where it says that public agencies cannot enter into confidential settlement agreements. It says that no portion or part of a settlement agreement, a contract or agreement to settle any civil action can have either the purpose or effect of concealing information. And why I was puzzled by that is I was thinking, why would they have to have that statute? Because it seems self-evident to me that a settlement agreement would be public record. So who would think that they could have a confidential settlement? It seemed like a redundant statute to me. So, out of curiosity, I started making public records requests to agencies asking for settlement agreements. And I limited that just to the last year. I think I asked for 2,000 within the last 12 months. And I made this request a few months ago. And I limited it. Remember I told you I drew a line across the state from Gainesville to Sarasota. So I asked virtually all public agencies in that area to give me settlement agreements. Did anybody here get that public records request from me? Guess what I found? Oh, I got them. You think I found any confidential settlement agreements? Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. There were a whole bunch of agencies who have hurt somebody and have broken the law to try to cover that up. Now, the really cool thing about 6908A is that to anybody, any person can sue that agency to ask a court to invalidate that settlement agreement or the confidential part of that settlement agreement. So that means that all somebody would have to do is to know that that settlement agreement exists. And they could drag that agency into court. And remember we were talking about motive? So that person is going to have to explain to the judge why they asked for that confidential settlement agreement. And you know what the answer is going to be? Because this agency, they hurt somebody, and they broke the law because they were trying to cover up their misdeeds. Now, there are thousands of public agencies in Florida. And some of the people in this room work for one of those agencies, more than one of those agencies is represented in this room who has confidential settlement agreements. So what I would suggest is, as a little homework assignment, and remember, I was just looking at the last 12 months. There's no statute of limitations in 6908A. I would be dumbfounded if every agency that's represented in this room doesn't have multiple settlement agreements that include confidentiality. Let's not discuss that. Uh-huh. The settlement agreements that I've seen, Debbie, would you mind getting me a bottle of water, please? Thank you. They covered the gamut. I mean, some of them were for sexual harassment stuff. Some of them were for a lot of them were for physical injuries. They were wrongful termination. If what I wanted to do was just watch the world burn, thank you very much. I would go around and start filing these things. I haven't filed any. I've never filed one of these kinds of lawsuits. It does sound like a lot of fun to me. Here's the frustration. I have contacted, see, now I feel bad. So my wife got up and got me a drink. Now you're picking up my trash. I feel badly. I have affirmatively verified the existence of confidential settlement agreements with a whole bunch of agencies. I have presented that information to them, and not one has done anything about it. Not one. In fact, just 2-3 weeks ago, I was contacted by an attorney, a really good attorney, by the way, somebody who I know, we've been on opposite sides of lawsuits. We've had a very collegial, although adversarial relationship. He's very professional and very knowledgeable. And we were talking about a completely unrelated issue, and I mentioned to him that the client he was calling me about, I said, by the way, I came across a confidential settlement agreement. It's clear to me that, this is unlawful. And he said, yeah, you're right, that is unlawful. That would be completely unenforceable. And I said, well, if you, instead of me suing your client, would you please just contact your client and ask them if they'd be willing to have a conversation about finding some way of resolving this? Because that one, a friend of mine had been terminated from this agency. He had gotten a settlement because it was a wrongful termination. And when he got the settlement, I remember him not being completely unwilling to tell me about it, wouldn't acknowledge that it existed. And the reason was he was really, really afraid they were going to sue him if he disclosed any of it, right? So I told this attorney that. And he said, yeah, I'll get back to you by the end of the week. That was like 3 weeks ago, 4 weeks ago. They don't care. So my point here is, at some juncture, the appropriate thing is for somebody to actually start holding these public agencies accountable on these confidential settlement agreements. I probably won't do much, if anything, with it. I just don't have time. I got other things that I've got a lot of other irons in the fire. But if I were somebody that wanted to watch the world burn, I were an activist, and I was looking for a way to really get at some agency, that would be one way I would do it, because it's a great narrative. You hurt somebody, and you broke the law to try to cover it up. Right? I mean, that's like a good news story. That's like a Mike Deason shows up on your doorstep and you know you're going to have a bad day, right? All right. So we talked about DPPA. We talked about confidential settlement agreements. Okay, let's talk about respect to Florida. This one's coming. Anybody know what I'm talking about? Respect to Florida? Respect to Florida. You will. Okay, I think it's chapter 413 of the Florida statutes. So in 1974, the state legislature created a program called Respect to Florida, and the idea was, Respect to Florida is actually a 501c3, which was created by the legislature, so it's a public agency. It's a private corporation created by the state. It's a public agency. So the idea was that you have all these people who are blind, deaf, and severely disabled. And this is back in 1974. This is back when Sunnyland was still operating. You guys, anybody remember Sunnyland? Okay, Sunnyland, they were originally built, they were all over the state of Florida. They were originally built as tuberculosis hospitals. Once TB was largely eradicated, the state decided we're going to start using these as hospitals for severely disabled people. It was horrific. It was like something out of a terrible, terrible, terrible movie. It was just, it's very similar to the Dozier thing. They weren't mass graves, but there was really, really horrible, horrible conditions and really severe abuse at the hands of state officials, public officials, public employees. Sunnyland was still operating at this time, but the state legislature decided, you know, we have a lot of people on welfare who are blind, deaf, and severely disabled, and they don't live very productive lives, and they're a big expense, and they don't have a whole lot of quality of life. So what they wanted to do was to create industrialized employment for the blind, the deaf, and the severely disabled. And the idea was that if we could get disabled people to make mops and brooms, for example, that would give them jobs. And since public agencies need mops and brooms, we'll require the public agencies to buy their mops and brooms from Respect to Florida. So what it will do is create jobs for the disabled, and it will give them income, which means we will reduce the welfare rolls, and it will give dignity to those people, and it will also save money for taxpayers because we aren't buying mops and brooms from some for-profit corporation. We're buying them from the blind, the deaf, and the severely disabled. Okay? Well, the program has morphed over the years, and there's what's called a procurement list. And it is unlawful for any public official, state or local, to contemplate, and that is the word the statute uses, it is unlawful for anyone in this room who works for a public agency to contemplate purchasing any item or service that is available on the procurement list without first checking to see if it's available from Respect to Florida, and if it is, you must purchase from Respect to Florida. You cannot go to Walmart and buy a mop or a broom without first checking to see if it's available from Respect to Florida. And guess what? There's a long list of products and services available on that procurement list. And by the way, this is not junk, and it's not overpriced. I haven't checked every single item, but I've spot checked a bunch of them, and the prices are as good or better as any price I can find anywhere else. And a lot of it's name brand stuff, right? So they're not really making mops and brooms anymore. A lot of this is it's almost like Amazon. Yeah, you can. Anybody can buy off of it. Yeah. So if you want, for example, you want hand sanitizer, right? You can buy Purell hand sanitizer, and it'll be as cheap from Respect to Florida as it will be if you went and bought it from Sam's Club. Sure. But for your house, you don't have to do it. But for the city of Madeira Beach, you better. Now, here's the problem. Now, think about this for a second. So now, bear in mind, I'm a civil rights activist, right? I spend a lot of time in poor minority communities. On these kinds of issues, I am a bleeding heart liberal. Who is not in favor of reducing the welfare rolls? Who thinks we ought to have more welfare, more people on the dole? Who here thinks we ought to be spending more money on welfare? We ought to have more people on welfare. I'm a liberal and I don't, right? Who here hates blind people? Does anybody here hate blind people? Does anybody here hate deaf people? Does anybody here hate disabled people? Then here's my question. Then why is your agency engaged in an ongoing policy and practice of discrimination against the blind, the deaf, and the severely disabled? Because here's a hard truth. Every agency in this room is doing exactly that. And the reason I know that is because I made a public records request to Respect to Florida, and I asked for their customer list. Now, there are 412 municipalities in Florida. 67 counties, 67 school districts. There's 66 sheriffs, because the one in Miami-Dade is not a sheriff. You've got 67 tax collectors, 67 property appraisers. I mean, you have 1,600 community development districts in Florida. You've got thousands and thousands of state contractors whose contracts explicitly say that if they have to buy a product or service to fulfill the terms of the contract, they have to buy from Respect to Florida. Out of those thousands and thousands of entities that are required by law to buy from Respect to, if the product's not available from Respect to Florida, fine, go buy it wherever you want. If it costs twice as much, go buy it from someplace else. But if it's available and it's a comparable product for a competitive price, and they are, you have no discretion. You have to buy from Respect to Florida. That's the law. But there's no consequence. So there's no enforcement, which is why, you know how many names are on that customer list? Out of the thousands and thousands of entities in Florida that are required by law to buy from it, it's like 127. Yep. Okay, Claire, I had the same thought, which is why I contacted Respect to Florida, and I was asking them about their customer list. They were pretty easy to deal with as far as the public record side of it. But I'm talking to like one of the head guys there, and he said, I asked him, I said, well, how is it that you guys don't have more customers? I don't understand. I mean, because they have lots of products. Look at that flag over there. See that flag out there? That flag? That did not come from Respect to Florida, but by law it was supposed to. And they sell flags. Yeah, they sell flags. Because Madeira Beach is not one of their customers. And I know that because I made a public records request. Okay, nobody here, no one in this room is a customer, okay? I know that. I have the customer list. I've seen it. The stopper things you have in the parking lot and the parking spaces, okay, I'm curious. John's passed. Does the city own all the property down there? Because you guys have all the parking. Do you actually own the real estate down there? No. But you own the parking. Okay. All those stoppers there, guess what? Respect to Florida sells those things. And not one of them came from Respect to Florida. So the city of Madeira Beach, just follow my narrative here, the city of Madeira Beach is engaged in an ongoing policy and practice of discriminating against the blind, the deaf, and the severely disabled. Now, I dare you to defend that. Oh, and the colorblind. By the way, are you colorblind? Have you tried the Enchroma glasses? Have you tried them? I have a pair. I'm colorblind. I'm really seriously colorblind. Have you tried? Oh, if it's that bad, they may not work for you. It was amazing to me. You're born with colorblindness. I've been colorblind my whole life, and there some women are, but men, it's predominantly men. So. Well, I'm colorblind. So my family, very, very kindly, this is Christmas, right? So my kids, they're expensive. They chipped in and they bought me these magic glasses, right? So for the very first time in my life, I was able to see color, right? I mean, I see color, but I don't see what you see. I only see about 5% of the colors that a person with normal color vision sees. Anyway, it was very emotional. It was an amazing experience. The reason she mentioned it was I mentioned last night, We went down there for dinner. The little machines you guys have working, they cannot be operated by somebody who's colorblind because the instructions are color-coded. So just a little complaint that I wanted to make to the city of Madeira Beach. Because let me tell you what, if had my wife not been with me last night, I would not have been able to park. I could.
Oh, you could just ask somebody. There's lots of friendly people, and they'd be happy to help you.
Just saved my life. I couldn't figure it out. So here's the thing. The respect to Florida thing. This is coming. Yes, ma'am. Say again? No, they ship to you. You're talking about respect to Florida. Yeah, they ship to you. So here, what I was going to say was I asked this guy why they didn't have more clients. And his response was because they don't have to buy from us. And I was like, have you read the statute? And he's like, oh, you know. And this is the guy who like runs, he's like the number 3 guy there. He didn't know. Do what? Your parking machines, they cannot be operated by somebody who's colorblind because the instructions are color-coded. Just something I wanted to mention. Thankfully, I'm not a litigious person, right? I'm super not litigious. But actually, you know, colorblind people are a protected class, right? We're covered by the Americans with Disabilities Act. Just wanted to mention that, you know, if the instructions could include, like all the little button things, they're colors, right? How did you describe it? Anyway, it was a friendly complaint, not in any way being critical. So the respect to Florida thing, even respect to Florida doesn't realize that you have to buy from them, is my point. Nobody seems to know this. There is going to be a consequence, by golly, there is going to be one. No, there is going to be a consequence. This is me. Okay, look, we're all friends at this point, right? Hopefully everybody knows I really don't have horns and a tail, right? I'm not looking for reason to sue people. I get lots and lots and lots of opportunities to sue people. And I said to somebody, I think at lunch, I can't remember the last time I sued a public agency. It's been a really long time since I sued a public agency. I much prefer to sue private entities over public records issues. And by the way, if anybody is interested, and just for the record, so that this is on the record, there are some cases that are getting ready to happen. I expect to be filing a bunch of cases in the next few weeks. If anybody wants to know about those, I'm more than happy to talk about it. Not against anybody in this room. Not against any public agencies. There is no, I'm not aware of any legal consequence for agencies not purchasing from respect to Florida. But by golly, there's going to be some consequences. And I really, really mean this. It is despicable. And this is not directed at anybody here personally. It is despicable that, you know, how many, the state of Florida has, what's the budget in the state of Florida? It's what was it this last year? How much? $90 billion. Of that $90 billion, I don't know, but think how much of that it goes for products and services, right? So services would include trash pickup. Now remember, these are disabled people. Trash pickup. They will do rest area cleanup. They'll do clean up your parking lot. They'll do now. Not all those services are available in all areas, right? It depends on there are a lot of factors there. But certainly all the products are available, right? You can buy flags, you can buy soap, you can buy, like nitrile gloves is a good example. I love nitrile gloves. I love being able to put gloves on and not get my hands dirty. I'm a real germaphobe. Think how many nitrile gloves get used, right? So the lunch ladies use nitrile gloves. Every cop's got a box of nitrile gloves in the trunk of their car. Every EMT's got them. Your code enforcement people probably have them. Your trash people have them, your janitorial staff. Just think how many people use nitrile gloves, right? And they're one-use things, right? You put them on, you take them off, throw them away. You put on another pair, right? Well, nitrile gloves are one of the many products that are available from Respect to Florida. And I've comparison shopped, and they're very competitively priced. They're as cheap or cheaper than getting anywhere else, and they're a name brand. So of the, how many did you say, $90 billion budget that we have, I think last year the total receipts for Respect to Florida were about $29 million. By the way, they're not allowed, there's no profit, right? They are not allowed to, all they're allowed to charge is the cost of the product and the labor. And the labor, including management, I think at least 75% of it has to be disabled people. So this isn't like able-bodied people scamming the system. This really does create jobs for disabled people. So again, this is not directed to any of you all personally. We ought to be using them, right? We ought to be using them. People, there's no excuse for not using them. So two things. One is I really, really want to encourage public agencies to use Respect to Florida, because this is one of those things that if you're a mean conservative and you don't care about people, and I know that's not really how most conservatives think, I'm trying to be funny. If you're a mean conservative and you just want people off welfare, you ought to be thrilled by Respect to Florida because it reduces the welfare rolls. If you're a bleeding heart liberal and you just care about, people feeling good about themselves, you ought to be excited about Respect to Florida because it gives industrialized employment to people who are disabled. There's no good, I can't imagine politically anybody being opposed to this. The problem is nobody seems to bother to do it. So I really want to encourage your agencies to start at least trying to do business with Respect to Florida, because it's a good thing for the taxpayers and it's the humane, moral thing to do. I think it's 413. It's in the packet that I gave you. I'm almost positive it's in the packet I gave you. So now back to remember our chat earlier about activism? What are the two things that I need if I'm an activist? I need an overreaction and an audience. I need an overreaction and an audience. So any ideas about how Respect to Florida might become a problem for public agencies? Mm-hmm. Remember our conversation about motive? Okay. So it's hard for me to imagine how invasive somebody could be at making public records requests if what they were doing was focusing on your procurement practices as a public agency. You talk about the Mac Daddy excuse to make a public records request and to sue you when you don't give me the records the way I want you to, because I would love to go into court and talk about your agency's ongoing policy and practice of discrimination against the blind, the deaf, and the severely disabled. See what I mean? So again, we go back to this nexus. It's a real issue. I personally really feel strongly about it. It would be very easy for me to document that I really do work primarily in poor minority communities. I don't think I would have any trouble convincing a judge that I'm genuine in my interest about how public agencies are doing their procurement. So, if I start making requests to Madeira Beach, how many nitrile gloves did you buy? How many rolls of toilet paper did you buy last year? How many bottles of, cleaner glass cleaner did you buy? I mean, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of things that are available on the procurement list. I mean, just think how many requests that would be. Lots and 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 lots of requests. Lots and lots and lots and lots of opportunities for an agency to make a mistake. Right? You see where I'm going with this? Which subject?
Not specifically that subject.
Okay.
What it is how inefficient or how efficient our governments, local governments or county governments or whatever, with regards to supplies. And the editorial dwelled on, do we buy locally? Do we buy efficiently? And I'm sure I remember seeing that respect for Florida.
Yeah, well. So you're the one to blame for the downfall of the media.
No. But I'm just asking.
Well, if you kept your subscription to the Times, they'd still be in business and giving us good investigative journalism.
I don't Google either. I bet if you Googled it.
It's there and it's real. And I invite you to read the statute. And I think it's on towards the. I have a list. So in this, it's on page 35 of this packet. This is the list that I'm doing from memory. Yeah, so it's 413036. So I would strongly recommend that your agency look at that, on the one hand, because it's the right thing to do, it's the legal thing to do, and because I haven't figured out exactly what that looks like yet, but I do think that, and this goes back to the Saul Alinsky thing that I talked about, 12 Rules for Radicals. He makes the observation, and I'm not giving a blanket endorsement to Saul Alinsky, he was a really flawed person. He talks about the power of ridicule. And Martin Luther King talked about this as shame. And by the way, they knew each other, and Alinsky was one of the significant influences on how Martin Luther King executed a lot of the activism that he was involved with. If I want you to, I had dinner with we had somebody over our house for dinner a few nights ago. A good friend of mine who works at corporate for Publix. I live in Lakeland. Publix is the biggest employer in Polk County. It's a hometown team. You can't say anything negative about Publix if you want to have friends in Lakeland. And he was I asked him about this whole controversy about Parkland and is it Michael Hogg? Is that his name, or is it David Hogg? David. The high school. You ever know about the high school kid who's become this national spokesman for Parkland and the whole? And by the way, for the record, goes back to that whole activist not being monolithic. I am like a, big time Second Amendment person. I like guns. I think we ought to have more guns. I think that getting rid of guns is a stupid idea. I think just because I'm an activist and a liberal on something doesn't mean that we're not all the same, right? I like guns. I think people ought to have guns, and if you can legally carry a gun, you ought to be carrying a gun. I'm not carrying one now because I'm here in a public building. Just for the record. So I disagree with this kid's analysis. The problem isn't that we need to get rid of guns, in my estimation. I'm not asking anybody to agree with what I'm saying. I think that gun-free zones invite people with guns to do bad things because there's nobody there with a gun. Do what? Okay, so I'm not agreeing or I'm saying I don't personally agree with his position. With that said, as somebody who's involved in activism, I can appreciate his tradecraft. And I was having this conversation with my friend who has been with Publix for a very long time. And he was talking about how frustrated he is with this stupid kid, this punk who's making life hard on Publix. Because you remember a few weeks ago, they had this die-in where they were asking people to show up at Publix supermarkets and lay down in the middle of the floor. And the reason was because Publix had made a 600-something thousand contribution over a period of a couple of years to Adam Putnam. Adam Putnam is running for governor. He's a big NRA supporter and also a Polk County native. And you can't live in Polk County and not like Adam Putnam unless you're like me, and I don't like anybody. So this kid wanted Publix to not give money to somebody who supports the NRA. Now, this kid's still in high school. And Publix is a multi-billion-dollar corporation. I mean, it is a big company with a big footprint in the state of Florida and now beyond Florida. And within a few days, guess what this kid was able to pull off? Publix announced that they are no longer going to give political contributions. So this kid was able to shame Publix into changing a policy that it has had for years. One kid was able, a high school kid, was able to get Publix, a multi-billion-dollar corporation, to change their corporate culture, at least on that one point. He shamed them into it. It was as simple as that. The only way for Publix to make it go away was to do what he wanted them to do. Now, even though I don't agree with his position, I admire that kid. He may be, I don't know if he's good, bad, I don't know if he's smart, dumb, I don't know. But on that one thing, that kid knew what he was doing, or at least somebody was coaching him to do the right thing, or an effective thing. So, again, when it comes to the Respect to Florida thing, I don't underestimate the power of shame. You underestimate the power of shame, and you will do it at your agency's peril. How would you, just process this for a minute, how would you respond to the accusation that your agency has not complied with the Florida law that requires it to patronize Respect to Florida, which supports and creates industrialized employment for the blind, the deaf, and the severely disabled? How would you defend that? And the answer is you can't, because your agency hasn't. Now, you can say we didn't do it on purpose, we didn't know, right? You can, all that, but at the end of the day, I don't think there's any denying that your agency is engaged in an ongoing policy and practice of discriminating against the blind, the deaf, and the severely disabled. You are doing business with some other entity instead of Respect to Florida. Sure it is. Of course, yeah, of course it is. I readily acknowledge that. Of course. I'm saying, look, I'm here to tell you what. I'm here to help you see what an activist. The part of my shtick here with the city of Madeira Beach is, and by extension, their guest, is to tell you this is the perspective that you need to think about from an activist point of view, right? And if what somebody wants to do, and there are people that feel this way. I know them. I have dinner with them sometimes. I talk to them. I get contacted. I get so many emails from people that it's nearly every day I get emails from people who are activists and want either direction on how to do more effective activism, or they want me to help them go in the right direction as far as looking for ways to screw with an agency. I have 2 telephone appointments tomorrow afternoon, one at 2 and one at 3. 2 different people, 2 different parts of the state, the same thing. They have an agency, they have a axe to grind, and they want some suggestions on how to grind that axe more effectively. And I'll be more than happy to tell them, right? Just like I'm happy to tell you guys the other side of it. Yes, ma'am. It's not. Yeah. I agree. And again, so let me be clear. I know I've been vociferous and sort of animated in my discussion about this. Yeah, respect to Florida doesn't know. I mean, look, you know, they may be very nice people that are up there running it. The people that are running it aren't blind, deaf, or disabled, right? They're just regular, you know, whatever. There's part of me, I spent most of my professional career as a salesman, selling copy machines, right? So I tend to think in sort of those terms. That's sort of how I see the world. So when I'm thinking, they have a captive market. Every public agency in Florida has to buy from them. Who is the moron who is not? I mean, you don't need to send salespeople out. I'd send order takers out. I mean, I would show up at the city of Madeira Beach and say, you realize that you bought this many nitrile gloves last year. You didn't buy any of them from us. The law says you have to buy the rest of them from us from now on. Sign up. I mean, that's it. That's what the law says. But they don't know any better. That's not an excuse. So I'm not sure. I know I've been vociferous and animated in my discussion about respect to Florida, and part of that is for effect. I want you all to understand that somebody that really wants to rattle your cage, that would be a really good way of doing it. And I'm saying there really are people who really are out there looking for ways to rattle the cages of agencies. Yeah, read the statute yourself, and I'll be interested if somebody comes to a different reading of that. The statute's really clear. You're not allowed to contemplate. I mean, you're not even allowed to think about it. You're not allowed to even think about going to Walmart until you've found out whatever it is you need. If you need to buy fluorescent bulbs before you go get them from Walmart or order them from Grainger or whoever, you got to check to see if they're available from respect to Florida. And if they are, you order. If not, then you go get them from whoever you want. I'm just telling you, this is one of those places where your agency is vulnerable to somebody who has an axe to grind. And I don't care how, let's use because law enforcement's easy to pick on. Everybody's got somebody. I mean, how many thousands of people? I'm sure that Largo PD is probably exemplary. You guys probably don't have anybody that misbehaves. They're all probably straight arrows. You've been there for 44 years, and you've kept them in line, and you're the grand poobah. But even so, there are probably at least a handful of people in Pinellas County who feel like they didn't get a fair shake at the Largo Police Department. Is that safe to say? Okay. Why give people ammunition? Why make it easy for them to come after your agency? And I'm saying this kind of stuff, you're just I say you editorially, I'm not picking on any of you all individually. I think that you make yourselves vulnerable to this. Any questions? Okay. Let's move on. Trespass orders. This comes up a lot. So what do you all, what authority does a public official have can the city of Madeira Beach, this is all Madeira Beach stuff out here, right? This park? Is that park open 24/7? When does it close? Okay. And that's by city ordinance? Okay. Has anybody ever been trespassed out there? Okay. So what authority does any public official have to trespass a person from a public space? From here? Okay. What authority is there? I'm not arguing with you. I'm asking, what authority I have no doubt that every agency here has trespassed somebody from a public space. I'd be willing to bet my life. Huh? Yeah, but you all have, the city of Madeira Beach has a contract with the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. And by the way, you know there's no such thing as a sheriff's office in Florida. There's no such thing as a sheriff's department. It doesn't exist. Bob Galtieri is still the sheriff here, right? So there's Bob Galtieri, sheriff of Pinellas County, or the sheriff of Pinellas County, Bob Galtieri. There is no such thing as I know they call themselves the Pinellas County Sheriff's Office or the Pinellas County Sheriff's Department. On their indicia, it says that. That doesn't exist. And if you don't believe that, try to sue a sheriff's department or a sheriff's office and watch what happens. Your case will get thrown out of court because there is no such thing. They don't exist. Do what? Well, I'm just saying, I'm not making any I'm just saying that there is, just one of those fun facts, there is no such thing as a sheriff's office in Florida. Yeah, there's the sheriff. The person is the office. All right, anyway. You all have an agreement with Bob Galtieri to provide law enforcement services on behalf of the city of Madeira Beach, and they're authorized, I read the contract, they're authorized to enforce city ordinances, right? So if the sheriff sends a deputy out here and that deputy trespasses somebody from Madeira Beach's park, they're acting on behalf of the city of Madeira Beach. It's as though Madeira Beach had their own police officer out there. So my question is, does a public agency have the authority to trespass a person from a public space? Do what? Yeah, but let's think about it let's back up a little bit. Does any public official in the state of Florida have any authority to trespass anyone from a public space? Okay, what is a trespass? What? You have to leave and you can't come back, right? You come onto my property at my house, for whatever reason I don't like you, and I say, I need you to get off my property and I don't want you to come back. You're trespassed, right? That's all I have to do. You're trespassed, right? If you have a weapon on you, then it's armed trespass. It goes from being a misdemeanor to being a felony, right? Because it's my property. It's private property. I own it, right? I can trespass you for any reason I want. I don't have to have a good reason. I just don't want you here, right? But a public space, a publicly owned space, I want you to think about this. Does a public official have the authority to trespass a person from a public space? Okay, but if so, let me fast forward a little bit. So there was a case, Cantron v. City of St. Petersburg, 11th Federal Circuit. It's in there. The federal court in this jurisdiction, so the 11th Federal Circuit, which includes Florida, kind of came down on this sort of like, didn't really answer the question about whether or not a public official could trespass somebody from a public space. They kind of acted like in the decision that maybe you can, maybe you can't, but if you can, there are certain things that have to happen. So what was happening, and by the way, this is a very common practice in Florida, and a number of municipalities and county jurisdictions have actually hired, including here in Pinellas County, a consultant from San Antonio, Texas, who's come in to help the county figure out ways to run off homeless people. You guys remember what I'm talking about, right? Your tax dollars were paid to hire this guy to come in and figure out how to make life miserable for homeless people so they move on to other places. So what St. Petersburg was doing is they were identifying homeless people, and they would trespass them from public parks, and they would trespass them from sidewalks, and they would basically just make their lives miserable and say, you can't be here. And they got sued. And the federal court came back and said that, first of all, the public official doesn't get to be judge, jury, and executioner. So if somebody is misbehaving, by the way, I'm getting a call right now from an activist, right? Anybody heard of Jeff Gray, Honor Your Oath? Google him. You'll see what I'm talking about on YouTube. He's a good friend of mine, very nice, very, very, very nice man. But law enforcement officers, I'd be surprised if every cop at Largo PD didn't know who he is. Yeah. He's been arrested a bunch of times, and every time the charges get dropped. So here's the problem, Andrea. Going back to your thing, let's say that somebody's out here. You got some kids out here misbehaving, and the sheriff's deputy shows up and says, "Okay, Bobby and Johnny, you're trespassing. You got to get out of here." What's wrong with that? And this, by the way, it relates very directly to public records. Oh, there's a lot wrong with that. Well, let's say they are doing something wrong. Here's the thing. If they're doing something wrong that's illegal, arrest them for what it is they're doing wrong, right? Because if they're vandalizing, arrest them for vandalism. And if you arrest them for vandalism, then they get due process. They get to go in front of a judge, they get to argue their case, and the judge makes a decision, and the judge hands out the punishment. But if what we do is we say, you know what, I don't want you down here anymore, you have to leave. The punishment is like, you're making me leave, I can't come back. The officer, and I use that term both as police officer or sheriff's deputy or just any public official, is now judge, jury, and executioner. You're determining my guilt, and you're imposing the punishment, and I have no recourse. And the federal court says, you can't do that. You cannot do that. There are several things that are required. First, the trespass has to be written, which makes it a public record. So it has to be written. It has to be limited in geography. You can't say you're trespassing from the city of Madeira Beach. It would have to be a trespass from a very specific space. And it has to be for a limited amount of time. It can't be in perpetuity. It would have to be for a year or 6 months or something, okay? But that written trespass order, and this is critical, and this is the real public records part of it, that written trespass order, pursuant to the federal decision, it has to clearly articulate meaningful due process. There has to be some way for me to appeal it. And it has to be real, meaningful means for me to appeal it. So if you run me off of out of the park here because you don't want me here, you have to give it to me in writing. It has to be for a limited amount of time. It has to be limited to a very particular space. And that written trespass order has to say that if you want to appeal this, this is how you do it. This is who you appeal it to. Without that, it's a violation of my due process rights. You're judge, jury, and executioner, and it's meaningless. So, back to that activism thing. How often do you think people get trespassed from public spaces? All the time. Right.
But that's behavior. And my understanding is you cannot criminalize status when you're being homeless. So a person sitting on a bench, whether homeless or not, that's fine. But if they lie down, the behavior, you can criminalize that. Okay?
Well, that was at the heart of the of the St. Petersburg case. It was illegal for people to lie down and take a nap in the public park. And look, I get it. I understand and I don't propose to have the answers to homelessness, and it's a whole very, very, very complex issue. I readily acknowledge that. I want to, and I hope that I am, very sympathetic to people who are disenfranchised and homeless. At the same time, I also understand why somebody, the city of Sarasota, for example, had an ongoing issue with this. So downtown Sarasota is, a lot of it is very upscale, very nice. You have some very nice condominiums downtown. I understand somebody who spent their whole life working really hard, being careful of the money, and they finally get to buy a condominium downtown Sarasota, and when they go downstairs during their sunset years and they want to walk to Starbucks, they don't want to step over homeless people. I get that. So the solution that Sarasota came up with was they came up with the TEP. It was a trespass enforcement program. And they had signs made up, and they would go around to the private property owners in downtown Sarasota, and they would get the private property owners to sign an affidavit authorizing the police to trespass anyone at any time for any reason from that property. And they would put up these signs. So I got hired by the ACLU, and I am literally a card-carrying member of the ACLU. I got hired by the ACLU to do some preliminary research in anticipation of a class action lawsuit, which they ultimately filed against the city of Sarasota, claiming that the city was deliberately targeting homeless people because of their status, just because they were homeless. And so what I ended up doing was, for a week, every day I went to the police department and stood there with a police officer next to me making photocopies of these records of the trespass program. And remember I mentioned that signs are public records. I actually made a public records request for one of the signs, and then they gave me one of the, so I actually have one of these no trespassing signs in my office. So what I ended up doing with this data for the ACLU is I took the raw data and I mapped it. I put it into a database and then mapped it, and you could see very clearly what was happening. So this one woman in particular had been trespassed, like, I think it was 11 times in one day. And if you watch where she's being trespassed, it's clear she's being shepherded out of downtown. That's what was happening. Is this was about migrating people out of downtown. And by the way, they hired the same consultant from San Antonio that Pinellas County hired to try to figure out ways to make life hell for homeless people, so they decided they want to go someplace else. Including, by the way, one of the things is Greyhound therapy, right? Buy a Greyhound bus ticket to wherever, far enough away that you can't afford to get back. And again, I understand the motive to want to get rid of homelessness, not necessarily homeless people. So I got invited, after doing this research, and I presented my findings to the ACLU, and the ACLU, they make decisions to litigate by committee. And the committee decided that they were going to litigate, and I got invited to a meeting at the Sarasota Police Department, and the meeting was, the police chief was there, the entire command staff was there, their insurance carriers were there, their representatives from the insurance carriers were there, the attorneys for the ACLU were there, and the police chief got really, really angry at the suggestion that they were in any way targeting homeless people, and he became very indignant that I donate to the Salvation Army and I volunteer at the Salvation Army, and we do not target homeless people. We don't do that. So that made me curious, and so we made public records requests for the terminal transmissions. Everybody know what terminal transmissions are? You know those, you see police cars, they have a computer. They're digital terminal transmissions. They operate under different names. But essentially, they give them access to law enforcement data, but they can also send messages back and forth. It's very much like texting. Now, some of you may remember this. 30 years ago, in the Rampart Division in Los Angeles, there was a huge scandal because somebody got a hold, back then they were using radio almost exclusively, somebody got a hold of these recordings of these police officers talking to each other on the radios. And they were saying these horrific, horrible, terrible racist things. And it made them sound like monsters, right? So most police officers know better than to do this now. They know that radio transmissions, radio traffic is being recorded. Right? There are these digital recorders that record all this stuff. But most police officers, at least in my experience, do not seem to comprehend that those terminal transmissions are just like text messages, and those are public record. So we got the records, and guess what? We found terminal transmissions where there were police officers. There was a new cop, and they said, "It's time. We need to take Bobby or whatever out. It's time to go bum hunting tonight." And they used all these horrible expletives about how we're going to do this and that to these homeless people. There was all these suggestions about sexually assaulting homeless people. It was horrible. It was just the parade of horribles. So there are a couple of things there. One is this trespass stuff. They weren't giving written trespass orders. You need to be doing written trespass orders. That's my reading of, right? That those trespass orders need to be limited in time and space. That they should not be, and I'm not saying this as a lawyer, I'm saying this as a civil rights activist. I'm saying this as, I hope, your friend. You shouldn't be trespassing people because of bad behavior. If they're misbehaving and it's illegal, arrest them. Yeah, what I'm saying is trespassing somebody, if the ordinance says you're not allowed to be in the park after 11 o'clock, right? And that ordinance spells out that it's a first-degree misdemeanor or a third-degree misdemeanor or whatever it is, right? If there's a criminal infraction, give them a citation or arrest them. Yeah, but what I'm saying is, why would trespass be in any way part of that equation? Right, right. It's just a public space, and if they're not doing something that is a violation of, that's either a non-criminal violation that would require a citation or a criminal violation that would require an arrest, then maybe whoever it is that's getting all worked up about them being there needs to get over themselves and decide, you know what, just because I don't like them doesn't mean that I get to run them off. I'm not advocating people getting arrested. I don't want to see more arrests. What I'm saying is, what's happening is public officials, public agencies are using trespass as a means of punishment. I'm saying they shouldn't be doing that. Morally, they shouldn't be doing it. In my humble layperson, non-attorney opinion, legally they shouldn't be doing it. It shouldn't be part of the equation. It's public space. If I'm not doing something for which there is some legal basis for arresting me or giving me a citation, then leave me alone. Is that making any sense? And I know that's hard. I know it is. Now, here's why, beyond just the activism part of me, as an activist, now my kids and my wife joke with me, and my kids are all grown, that as hard as I try to get arrested when I do activism, it just doesn't seem to work out for me. I don't really want to get arrested when I do activism. It's just I don't want to go through the hassle of it. But the last time that I had a really significant detention by law enforcement, I was not arrested, but I was detained. The city ended up writing me a check. I didn't go to jail. I didn't get in handcuffs. I wasn't put in the back of a police car. A policeman stopped me, made me stand in the sun for 15 minutes, and by the time I got done, within a few days, they wrote me a check for $5,000, and they got off cheap. Uh-huh. Sure.
And to me, it's just not respectful or something like that. And so for those same years and years and years, I would file perhaps some officer, and I would suggest to them, can you do anything, about this?
Yep.
And, it was never done. But nobody ever told me that, well, wait a minute, we should just hush about it, because you can't do anything about it anyway, because it's public property.
Well, there may be ordinances that, I mean, for example, like those bridges. Yeah, look, I'm very sympathetic. I'm really, really sympathetic, especially to women who are walking early in the morning, and you have, I get it. I understand that not feeling safe, and that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm saying is that if there isn't a legal basis for a citation or an arrest, then leave them, whoever them is. And I'm not just talking about homeless people. I'm talking about whoever it is. Leave them alone. Okay, so like this was Hialeah, the city of Hialeah. Okay, so I was in South Florida. I was doing a social experiment. I had two of my African-American friends. We wanted to do this experiment, and a fairly wealthy guy that I knew was offered to underwrite the cost of it. So what we did was we started in Palm Beach, and over the course of several days, we went down the East Coast, and I would go into a public agency and I would make a public records request, and then later these two African-American guys would go in and make the same exact public records request, and we were curious to see would they be treated any differently than I was. And both these guys are total straight arrows. They don't drink, they don't smoke, they don't cuss, they don't chase women, they've never been arrested, they're college graduates, they have really good jobs, they're just, but both of them are very black. They're tall, nice looking guys, but they're really black. And so that's why I was with them. So we ended up working our way all the way down to Miami. And that, by the way, is the same trip. If you've seen the videos at the marina where they say they're going to call the police and have me arrested. I don't know if you saw that one. That's one of those videos that was up. Anyway, while we were down there, there's a guy named Carlos Miller. Anybody heard of Carlos Miller? Photography's Not a Crime? Pennac? Your officers know who he is. He's a really, really, really big time. He's the guy who got the whole cop block, cop watch thing really going. He's the godfather of the whole movement. He wrote a book that was published a number of years ago. I was in Miami while the book was getting ready to be published, and Carlos asked me, he said that he and his publisher were doing a promotional video for the book. And part of the book was on citizen journalism. And there was a chapter in there about public records requests. He said, hey, would you mind going and making a public records request? I just want to do some B-roll. You know what B-roll is? B-roll is a film where, it's the fluff that's there's no dialogue, there's no real story. It's the scene of people walking down a sidewalk. It's B-roll, right? Can I get some B-roll of you going in and making a public records request? I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. And I said, where do you want to go? He goes, I don't know, just pick someplace. And I said, well, how about Hialeah? And the reason I mentioned Hialeah was because a few days before I had several telephone conversations with the city clerk there. Marbelli, the other clerk's in here. What's her name? I'm talking about. She's really very, very sweet lady. Cuban lady, really, really sweet. And we had, I felt like I had a pretty good report. And the reason I picked Hialeah was I thought, we're not looking for an incident. He just wants to get video of me walking and making a public records request, getting the records, and leaving. And I figured nothing could go wrong. So we got there, and before we go in, Carlos is one, because remember, this is a promotional video, so he has me standing in front of the city hall and asked me to kind of explain what I'm getting ready to do. Purely by coincidence, there's a courthouse next door, and Carlos has a really, really, really popular blog. It's wildly popular. And some of his fans happen to be across the street at the courthouse for some domestic something or another, and they saw him. So there were, I think, 5 of us. All of a sudden, it swells to about 15 or 20 people. And they're all standing out there, and they're Cuban, and they're very animated and, all excited. And I was like, okay, well, I'm going to go in and make my public records request. So I go walking in. I don't know these people, but they all follow. So it takes 2 elevators to get us all to the top of the stairs. And as soon as we go to the 3rd floor, I step off, and the next elevator opens. And next you have these like 20 people, and they're really, excited. And all of them, because photography is not a crime, this is all we have a right to videotape the police, they all have their phones out. So very deliberately, I stepped into the men's room because I wanted to give the whole thing a minute or two to simmer. So when I step out of the men's room, the mayor is there gesticulating wildly, telling all these people they can't be in the building, they can't be videotaping, and it's not legal to videotape. And so I walk past them, I go to the clerk's office. It turns out the clerk, who I had developed this rapport with, she was out sick that day. So whoever it was, I think it was the mayor's chief of staff, he goes on the whole thing. You have to make your request in writing. It's just a long litany. He tells me everything that you're not allowed to tell somebody when they're making a public records request. I didn't get the records. This is all on video. I turn around, I start to walk out, I push the button for the elevator, and there's all these people, right? And this whole time, you had all these people holding their phones up watching this public records request go wrong. When the elevator doors open, both elevators are full of cops. And they step off the elevator, I step on the elevator, and they step back on the elevator with me. And we go downstairs, the elevator opens, I walk out the front door, and as soon as I walk out the front door, it's, stop, you're being detained. And, then it turns into, I need your identification. I need you to, why were you here? Who are you? And of course, my response is, anybody know what the response is? Huh? Debbie, what's the, huh? No, that's the one I tell. That's the one I tell people when I want to piss them off. Sometimes I make public records requests, and very often I make them anonymous, which I have every right to do. And people will ask me, who are you? Why do you want this information? And it's funny. I think it's funny when you respond with, "I'm not comfortable giving my personal information to strangers." It really sets people off. Anyway. No, my response is, am I under arrest? Am I free to go? And this police sergeant keeps dodging the question, keeps asking me for my information. And of course, this is all being videotaped. Am I under arrest? Am I free to go? Am I under arrest? Am I free to go? And so after about 15 minutes of this, and in fact, I said to him, we were standing in the sun, I said, if we take 4 steps over there, I'll be in the shade. Can we step? No, you can't move. So clearly I was being detained, right? No question. And then, of course, after I got tired of the little game, I said, is this a Terry stop? And as soon as I said, this is a Terry stop, Terry v. Ohio. Ever been to Terry v. Ohio? Police have the authority, U.S. Supreme Court, 1968, I think it's 68 or 67. The police have the authority to detain you if there is an articulable suspicion that a crime has been committed, is being committed, or is about to be committed. And they can detain you just long enough to ascertain whether or not there's probable cause. So at Terry stop, there's no probable cause. There's reasonable suspicion, articulable, that a crime has committed, is being committed, or has been, is being, or will be. They can also do a superficial pat-down. They can't reach inside your pockets unless they feel a weapon. They can do a superficial pat-down for officer safety. But it can be just long enough to ascertain whether there's probable cause, and if they can't establish probable cause, then they have to let you go, okay? But there has to be articulable suspicion. So my experience has been, almost without exception, if I ask a police officer, is this a Terry stop? They realize, oops, I'm dealing with somebody that has an idea what's going on here, and that it's over. So with that one, and this goes back to the trespass thing, I got detained. There was no legal basis for making the detention. The only reason I was detained was they wanted to know who was up there making a public records request. It's as simple as that. You made an anonymous request. Who are you? We want to know. And that cost the city of Hialeah $5,000. So back to this detaining people, arresting people, trespassing people. If they aren't doing something for which there is a legal basis for a citation or an arrest, leave them alone. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And to Marbellis Freehouse is her name. To her credit, she called me the same day, just a little bit later, in tears. Her mom had been sick, was in the hospital, was the reason she wasn't there, and she was very, effusive. I'm sorry that shouldn't have happened. It was terrible, Not her fault, but yeah. So any questions or any more discussion about the trespass stuff? I would be, here's why I brought all that up, sorry. Trespass is one of those places where agencies are super vulnerable to activists. Everybody understand why? What do I need as an activist? What do I want? Two things. I want an overreaction, and I want an audience. And let me tell you what, you trespass me from a public space, and there's a very high probability it's an overreaction, right? If I'm not, because I'm smart as an activist, I am not going to give you a legitimate reason to arrest me. And the reason I'm not is because if it's a false arrest or an illegal arrest, I'm going to sue you. That's going to happen, right? So I'm not going to give you a legitimate reason to arrest me. I'm not going to knowingly give you a legitimate reason to issue a citation because I don't want you reaching into my pocket. I want to reach into your pocket, right? So if I'm not doing anything that justifies a citation or an arrest and there's a trespass involved, there's a very high likelihood that that trespass is an overreaction. And I'm not the only activist that's figured that out. This isn't the only time I've had this discussion with a group of people, except they weren't public officials. It's a group of activists, student groups, right? There was a very near miss with this at University of South Florida. I got invited to coach a group of Middle Eastern students. It was Students for Justice in Palestine. It's a super anti-Israel, whatever. And I'm an equal opportunity offender. I'll work with anybody. The only group I've ever refused to work with, and I didn't find out who they were until after I got there, was a group of pedophiles. So it was a really short, brief meeting. And by the way, has anybody gotten, just full disclosure, these guys at one point, what's the guy's name? Glenn something or other. He actually, my website's Fogwash, Florida, Fogwash is Florida Open Government Watch, fogwash.org. He was actually sending out emails using Fogwatch as part of his name. Not me, not the same guy. Just want to make sure I'm clear about that. Anyway, so this group of kids, and I would have been happy to work with super pro-Israel people. I don't really care. They wanted to provoke an overreaction from the University of South Florida. So what they did was they went to a student government meeting. So a student government subject to sunshine. Yes, they are. They're definitely subject to sunshine. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. They are most definitely subject to sunshine. The meetings have to be noticed, have to be open to the public. Now, one of the things that you're allowed to do at a public meeting is I can audio and video record you with impunity. I don't need your permission. I don't have to ask. I can do it surreptitiously. I can do it out in the open. As long as I'm not interfering with the meeting, I have an absolute right to audio and video record. You'd be surprised how many public officials, and particularly if a public meeting has any law enforcement presence, like, you have a sheriff's deputy there to kind of keep the peace, or you have a police officer there, whatever. It's amazing to me how many of those folks don't know that that's the way it is. You can audio and video record. So one of the things that comes up very frequently is, you're violating the wiretapping statute. You don't have permission to video or audio record me. Everybody knows about this one, right? Okay. So it's City of Cummings, Smith versus the City of Cummings, Georgia, 11th Federal Circuit, 2001. The 11th Federal Circuit unequivocally, absolutely stated that the public has a right to audio and video record public officials in the discharge of their official duties. I don't need your permission. I can do it surreptitiously. I have an absolute right to do it. You cannot interfere with it. Do I? Yeah, so there are two things. I mean, one is the 286, which is the Sunshine Law, right? The Sunshine Law says that public meetings, the public has a right to attend, the public has a right to record it, both audio and video record it. I don't need permission to do that. Multiple times I've been told trying to go to a public meeting, you're not allowed to video record, you have to ask my permission. No, I don't have to ask your permission. Very often, when public officials do that, they'll get backed up by whoever the law enforcement officer is there. Because the cop's there, he's getting paid to be there. He's serving a client, the city or the county or whoever it is, right? So he's there to back them up. And once the agency who's holding the meeting starts saying, you're not allowed to do that, it's just natural. The cops, most of them, don't know any better, so they'll, and I've had exceptions. I've seen cops who've said, no, that's illegal, I'm not going to stop him. But very often, it'll turn into, get him out of here. And if you eject somebody from a public meeting for audio and video recording, what just happened? You just ended the meeting. If you proceed with that meeting after ejecting me because I wasn't disturbing the meeting, I was simply audio and video recording. If you do that to somebody, can the meeting continue? Right, that's what I'm saying. If I come in and I sit down in the back of the room and I pull out my camera and I quietly, without causing any ruckus, I start audio and video recording and you say, no, get him out of here, he's not allowed to do that, you just ended the meeting. And if you proceed, what's going to happen if it's an activist that knows what they're doing? You're going to get sued, right? It's going to happen, right? All right, any questions so far? Any other topics we need to cover?
Can I just make a comment?
Yes.
I'm sure you know about the Tisdale case in Georgia.
Yes,
So she
terrible.
comes in and starts videotaping. The mayor says you can't videotape. They just passed a law in Georgia saying you can't expressly. That cost the city not only hundreds of thousands of dollars for a civil rights violation, then it came to light through discovery that the city attorney had insurance through the city he was not entitled to. The mayor's girlfriend had insurance, and now they're both facing insurance fraud charges. So I would argue to any public agency, be careful. These cases can go in the wrong direction. And I just want to pick up on what Clara said a long time ago. She was concerned about her son having to get out information. I hope you're all, I'm just a person, but I hope you're all concerned as people too about law enforcement officers hanging the threat of sort of arrest over you unless you give them some information that they're not entitled to. It's very uncomfortable if you've ever been in that situation where you feel like if I don't give them this information because they're not entitled to it, they might arrest me.
Let me mention just a couple more things, and then I'll wrap up and see if you guys have any questions. Then we can wrap up for the day. As far as potential new litigation, this has already started to happen, and it's Social Security number. So 119071 has a long list of exemptions. There's a whole bunch of stuff in there, and unfortunately, that's not where all the exemptions are, as you know. By the way, everybody knows there is a pretty exhaustive, last time I checked, it was a truly exhaustive list of all the exemptions that's available from the First Amendment Foundation. It has every one of them, and it's in an Excel format, so it's keyword searchable. It's a really, really very useful tool. One of the things that's exempt and confidential Social Security numbers, but you probably know that 119071 not only limits the distribution or the disclosure of Social Security numbers, it makes it unlawful for a public official to even ask for a Social Security number unless what has to happen for you to even ask me for my Social Security number? you have to give me a written statement, and that written statement has to specify what the statutory authority is for asking me for my Social Security number, and that written statement has to spell out exactly what you're going to do with that Social Security number, and you may not use that Social Security number for any purpose other than that what's on that written statement. Here's the problem. Very, very, very few agencies do that. Even those who are doing it, I have found, and I'm not saying that your agency isn't in complete compliance. I've yet to find an agency that is fully compliant, and it's just because there's so many places that Social Security numbers end up being collected. There's a big so what. One is it's up to a $500 fine for every violation. So Hillsborough County Sheriff, for example, processes about 80,000 detainees a year. They collect the Social Security number 3 times for every one of those. Not once do they give that written statement, not once. Now, I'm guessing that out of those 80,000 people that get processed in the course of a year, there might be at least 1 or 2 who feel like they didn't get treated fairly by the sheriff's office, who might want to take advantage of, guess what? There's a private cause of action. Everybody know what a private cause of action is? I can't sue you unless the statute says that there's a private cause of action, right? Well, the statute says that if you violate that, I can sue you. And to have standing, I just have to be somebody who's affected. I have to be somebody whose Social Security number was solicited. So if an agency is collecting Social Security numbers without that written disclosure, my best guess is they have at least $300,000 in unidentified liability. And here's why. If an agency does this, there's no doubt in my mind that they would probably succeed in arguing sovereign immunity. And if you argue sovereign immunity, then you limit liability to $200,000 and you limit the attorney's fees provision to $300,000. That's still $500,000. Right? So you have no idea how often your agencies are collecting Social Security numbers. I mean, it's on job applications, it's on health insurance enrollment information, it's on, they're all over the place. And it's amazing to me how many times I've met with officials who are very adamant, oh no, we're not doing that, we're not doing that. And I can take them to their website. If you go to Google, type in the word SITE, and put in the URL for your agency, /space, the word Social Security number, and see how many times you see a form that pops up that you didn't even know was on your website. Because what I just described searches the entire site. It does a keyword search of the entire site, both what's public and what's private. Unless it's password protected, you'll find it. And I'm amazed just the dozens and dozens and dozens of times I've found Social Security forms where Social Security numbers are being collected. This is a real threat. Morgan & Morgan actually filed a lawsuit against the Manatee County School District over this very issue because they were illegally collecting Social Security numbers. And ironically, it's their own employees that are members of the class. It's school teachers who are suing the district. It's the union. So even if they're not able to show actual damages, so they don't get the $200,000, that's the cap for damages if you assert sovereign immunity, they still can queue up for $300,000 in legal fees. Now, I'm telling you, I bet you if I did a really exhaustive search, because I did a search. Remember that line? I drew a line across from Gainesville and Sarasota. I did a search of all. If there's a public agency, a Florida agency between those two lines, and they have a website, I've already been to their website and I've already done this. I've already looked for those Social Security. I downloaded hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of forms where agencies are collecting Social Security numbers. So if what I was doing, what's that? You have a cause of action. If you need an attorney referral, let me know. I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with you. Just kidding. Here's the thing. I have found some where there is this is why we're collecting your Social Security number. The vast majority of those, maybe yours do, the vast majority of those do not meet the statutory requirement. The statutory requirement is really clear. I need a specific statute citation that authorizes you to do this, and I need you to spell out exactly what it is you're going to do with it. What I have seen over and over again, and I'm very confident that there was some numbskull attorney who thought this was a good idea and passed it around because the language is down to the punctuation is identical from agency to agency to agency. Is this really vague, generic, hey, we may collect your Social Security number for any of the next 30 different reasons? Well, that doesn't tell me anything. Why are you asking for my Social Security number in this particular instance, in this particular context? If I don't know why you're getting my Social Security number, you haven't fulfilled the whole. And by the way, if you read the preamble to 1190701, 1190701 parent 5A, I think is the citation. There's a preamble, and this legislature says, hey, Social Security numbers are the gateway to serious identity theft. This is a widespread problem. We're not going to let public officials just go around and collect Social Security numbers. And if you don't think this is a real issue, and again, we get to go back to the motive thing, right? So last September, there was a highly respected veteran homicide detective at the Tampa Police Department. He and his wife, who was a sergeant at the Tampa Police Department, and a couple of non-sworn people at TPD and some people outside the agency were sentenced to federal prison because they were stealing Social Security numbers from agency records and filing false tax returns. And they millions and millions and millions of dollars false tax returns. There was a deputy clerk of court at Osceola County, same thing, accessing people's Social Security numbers from agency records and filing false tax returns. This is a real thing, right?
What statute is that, the Florida statute, that requires
It's 1190715. Yeah, 1190715. Yes. Yeah. So two other things before we're done, unless you guys have questions. Listservs and forum discussion groups. In 2008, when I filed my first public records lawsuit against the Polk County School District, when I hired an attorney, and I spent $50,000 in legal fees to have an attorney sue for records, that at the end of the day, I really didn't care about. I made the records request out of pure curiosity, and I just frankly was offended that there were public officials who decided they wanted to break the law. And at the time, I knew very, very, very little about public records law. And I went and met with Thomas and LaCicero, who is, in my opinion, the preeminent open government litigators in the state of Florida. And at that point in my life, I actually had a little bit of money. And when Greg Thomas told me it was going to cost $495 an hour, I thought he was kidding, and I started laughing, and he didn't laugh and realized that, oh, he's really serious, and this is going to cost a big pile of money. So I sued, and when we got to court, after spending $50,000 in legal fees, and I don't know how much the school district spent, before we went into court, their attorney came up to me and my attorney and said, we've decided that when we get into court today, we're not going to oppose your motion, and we're going to concede that you're entitled to the records. I about came unglued. I just got done spending $50,000 to get records that you would give me, that you're now acknowledging you just decided not to give me, that I was entitled to. And in fact, when we got into court, this is the only time I've ever heard a judge use profanity on the record. Dabney Connor, who was their attorney, who's a very fine attorney, their outside counsel, when he was asked by the judge to present their defense, he said, well, Your Honor, we really don't have a defense. We just didn't want to give him the records. And I think that's an exact quote. And the judge's response was, why the hell are we here? Why are we litigating? That was a huge wake-up call for me. I had no idea that people really behaved that way. I couldn't believe that somebody would just not give me the records. So again, this is the first time I'd ever sued anybody. So I ended up making the same exact public records request. I asked for the health insurance enrollment information for all the employees of the Polk County School District and their dependents. The year before, I had been reading for years. Every year the First Amendment Foundation does the Sunshine Week, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? It's usually the first part of March. And every year there'd be these articles about public record stuff. I didn't really know anything about it, and just out of sheer curiosity, I went down to 4 or 5 agencies at our county seat in Bartow and went around making public records requests for just whatever. Everybody gave me the records. It seemed like kind of a non-event, but when I got to the school district, I asked for a copy of their health insurance policy. Not any enrollment information, just the policy, which I found out later was actually available online. I mean, a completely, totally innocuous record. Why would you care about whether I see what your health insurance policy is? There's no personal information in it. And they told me that I had to make my request in writing, and I had to disclose who I was, and I had to tell them why I wanted the records. This is a long list of things that they weren't allowed to tell me to do. I subsequently had a meeting with the superintendent 2 weeks later. She told me my experience was non-normative. Non-normative. Your experience the other day when you didn't get the records was non-normative. Yeah, it's not normal. This isn't what we do. She's got a PhD in education. It's non-normative. So I was like, okay, fine. So I waited a year, and then I tried to think of the most invasive thing I could ask for. I wanted to see if what my experience was really non-normative. That's why I asked for the health insurance enrollment information, which at the time was non-exempt. It was no medical information. It's just people's names and their addresses, which is all public record, right? So I ended up making, after I won the lawsuit in Polk County and I got my $50,000 back, it was kind of like playing blackjack. I was like, okay, let's go again. So I made the same request to every school district in the state of Florida, and in very short order, I couldn't afford to sue all of them, I ended up suing 11 more, right? Just one after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other. Then I had one of the few moments in my life where I've had a really good idea, and that was I ended up making a public records request to all 67 school districts about my public records request. Give me every record relating to any public records request made by Joel Chandler on such and such date. And I ended up getting this big box. I mean, literally, it was like a paper box filled with stuff from Madison County, which I did not sue, and it hadn't given me the records in the first place when I asked for the health insurance enrollment stuff. It's a little tiny, nobody lives up there. And I'm curious, how could there be, a box of paper holds 5,000 sheets. So there weren't 5,000, but there were hundreds of pages of documents. And my first reaction, why would Madison County have hundreds of pages relating to my public records request? And I started looking at them, and you know what it was? It was from a listserv. Everybody know what a listserv is? Everybody know what I'm talking about? It's like, a discussion forum, right? That's just they go by a lot of different names. Well, I didn't know this thing existed, but there was a Florida Association of School Board Attorneys. So somebody, I guess the school board attorney in Madison County had viewed these discussions, which, right, pursuant to NCAA in 2009, receiving a record is more than just physically receiving it, it's looking at it, right? I can't show you something on my computer and say, well, you didn't receive it. You are a public official, you saw it in your official capacity, you just received it. So I started reading this listserv, and guess what was in there? You had a bunch of school board attorneys saying things like, we don't want to give him the records. What are y'all going to tell him? So the school board attorney in Manatee County, his response was, well, we're going to tell them we don't have the records. We don't have any records. Another school board attorney said, well, we're going to tell them that they only exist in hard copy, so it'll cost them a lot of money because they have to come in and get copies. And then I had another school board attorney. These are all school board attorneys. These are all members of the Florida Bar. Another school board attorney, the one from Escambia County, she says, well, we're going to demand confiscatory fees. We're going to demand deposits in excess of $2,500. And she went on to say, and this is a former prosecutor, by the way, she went on to say, they won't do anything to us if we get caught. This is an exact quote. The worst that will happen is we'll get time out. Now, there wasn't one or two attorneys in this discussion. There were dozens of attorneys that were involved in this discussion. And to their credit, there were a couple of attorneys who said, hey, what you guys are talking about is illegal, and what you all are talking about constitutes a criminal conspiracy. Now, I say this in condemnation of all of them. One of the things that Florida bar members do when they take their oath, when they get a bar license, is to do what? You see another attorney breaking the law, you have a fiduciary duty as an officer of the court to report them to the Florida bar. You don't have the luxury of looking the other way. Every last one of them looked the other way. So two things for relating that story. One is that's how I got into the whole public records thing. It wasn't like I was just looking for a reason to go around suing people. There really were public officials who really were screwing with me and really not giving me the records. And I spent tens of thousands of dollars to get records that I should have just gotten. And that's the background to it. Here's the rub. This is why you should care, and this is how it affects your agency. Probably all of your agencies are paying dues and membership contributions, which we talked about earlier in the day, and how important it is to make sure that those associations understand that their records are subject to disclosure to anybody that asks for them, at least the records that relate to your payment. Many, many, many of those associations maintain listservs and or forum discussions. So if the manager of the head of your parks department has your agency paying his dues and membership contributions for the National Association of Recreational Directors, and there probably really is such thing, and he's reading or viewing those or participating in those discussions, are those public record? They are. And let me tell you, I say this from experience, people say some really stupid things in those. Like, hey, we're going to tell them the records don't exist. By the way, that was the evidence that was used to criminally prosecute and convict Wes Bridges, the Polk County School Board attorney. That was the smoking gun. So this goes back to, it's kind of like, remember me telling you about the stuff we found out about Sarasota Police Department? Oh, we're not targeting homeless people. No, that's not what the records show. There are lots of places like that where public agencies have real PR exposure. So if I were a city manager tomorrow, God forbid I ever had that responsibility, one of the first things I'd want to do is get my arms around what association dues are we paying? Do any of those have any kind of chat room, forum, whatever? I'd want to know what's being said. So the final piece of this discussion is keyword searches. For years, I have sourced for reporters. On a very regular basis, I get phone calls or emails from reporters looking for stories. We talked about the specialty tags. That was one of the stories I gave to a reporter. I very frequently give stories to reporters. I have spoken to the Associated Press and done collaborations with the AP. And one of the things we talk about is, the hard part of being a reporter these days is finding stories. They're spread really thin, right? They don't have the resources they used to have. So they're looking for easy stories. And I'm telling you, one of the best places to find stories is to do keyword searches in an agency's emails. I don't know did any of you all get last year, did anybody here get a public records request? There was a long list of these really nasty words. You got that? Anybody else get that? It was really long. It was just 200 and something words on there. Okay, that was one of my, I didn't send that. That was one, I don't think I sent that. That was one that was sent from the Students for Justice in Palestine. I believe they're the ones that sent that. Yeah. So they sent that to the USF. They sent it to a whole bunch. And guess what? It's amazing how often, can you imagine if one of your officers had been using some of those words in a discussion? Okay. This really happened. So a guy who's his name is Jason Parsley. He is the former president of the Society for Professional Journalists. It's the biggest journalism organization in the world. And he happens to also be the editor of the largest LGBTQ publication in the eastern United States. It's based out of Broward County. I didn't know this until he told me, but Broward County has a higher demographic of LGBTQ people than any other community in the United States. I didn't know that. I thought it would have been San Francisco. So Jason, as very often happens, I get a phone call from Jason. He says, hey, I'm looking for story ideas. Can I brainstorm with you about maybe some investigative pieces I could work on? I was like, yeah, okay, so we talk about it. One of the questions I ask is, what kind of relationship does your readership have with law enforcement? And he said, well, it's been kind of a mixed bag. We haven't always gotten along well with law enforcement, which is not uncommon for the LGBTQ communities. So I said, well, okay, well, if it were me, I think what I would do is I would make a public records request to the Broward County Sheriff's Office, and I would ask for any emails exchanged between deputies. So it has to be between deputies that uses any really ugly slurs that your readers would find particularly offensive. I said, okay, that seems like a good idea. So a day or two later, he sends me this list. Just how naive I am. I didn't know half the words on there I'd never heard of. It's just like the list you got. A lot of those words I had never heard of, just for the record. It's not like they all came out of my head. So he makes the public records request, and there were some really nasty words on there, right? And really ugly. And the Broward County Sheriff's Office responded to him by telling him, and I'm not making this up, that it was going to cost $400,000 to get the records, and it was going to take 7 years. Okay? It's going to take 7 years to produce the records. It costs $400,000. Well, when he called me and told me that, I was like, we have a winner. I mean, there's something they don't want you to see. There's no way. It doesn't take 7 years, and it's not going to cost $400,000. There's something. They really don't want you to see it. So I won't say exactly how it happened, but the state attorney's office down there got wind of this, and they panicked because they have all these prosecutions that are pending, and a lot of the prosecutions, the only witness against their defendants are sheriff's deputies. And if it turns out that you can impeach the sheriff's deputy's credibility by saying he's a homophobe and he hates gay people and he's a gay basher, then guess what? You may end up losing a whole bunch of prosecutions. So, and that's called Brady material, by the way. And law enforcement and prosecutors are obliged or required by law to disclose Brady material. There's some that's potentially exculpatory that can help the defendants. So the state attorney, to their credit, they made the same exact identical public records request to the Broward County Sheriff's Office. And guess what? They got the records in like 2 days. Yeah, for free. That's right. Exactly for free. So then Jason just made a public records request to the state attorney's office and got a copy of the disc. And guess what was on it? No, there were a bunch of terrible emails of these morons who were saying really ugly stuff about gay people. Really nasty, terrible, mean things. And as a result, those deputies got disciplined. But for Jason, the big deal was what? Not only did he get the story that this was happening, but the bigger story was that the sheriff's department clearly tried to cover it up. Right? So it was like a twofer for him. It's a cover-up and the nasty stuff. So one of the things that I would really encourage you all to do is to think proactively. When reporters call me, I'm not picking on anybody. I have a contractual relationship with Madeira Beach, so they're off the hook. But if a reporter calls me and says, "Hey, I really got a bone to pick with that Largo Police Department. Give me some ideas about good stories I can do. One of the first things I would tell them is, well, I would come up with some really nasty words, and I'd make a public records request and see if there are any terminal transmissions that have those words. Right? I'm not picking on you guys, because I know, because you're in charge, that none of that's going on over there. Fire away. Okay? Mm-hmm.
The only thing I have is the email address. And he did sign his last name at the bottom, sign his name. But we're not able to return his, the results to him. It won't let us. And it's not on our end. We had IT check it out, the same thing. It keeps coming back to us and won't allow it to go through. It's on his end.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what I did was that I kept hard copies of everything and every time we've tried,
Mm-hmm.
so that way when he comes back, I can say, 3 times I tried, 3 times IT tried, and we cannot put this through. I have no way of calling the guy to say, it's finished, did I mail it or fax it or whatever.
Right.
Now, what happens when he comes back to me and say, I didn't get my request?
Well, based on what you've described, let me respond in this context. If somebody called me, and I get these calls and emails a lot, in fact, the call I have tomorrow at 2 o'clock is about Clearwater. It is. It's about I don't know what the deal is, but somebody's got a bone to pick with Clearwater. And maybe the PD, but it's something to do with Clearwater. I remember that. If somebody called me describing what you just said, hey, I made a public records request to Largo and they never have sent it back, but I went there and they have these emails showing they tried to send it to me, they communicated, said, hey, we were not able to send it to you, please give us some other means of delivery. I would tell them you'd be an idiot to pursue that. Again, you'll find that I'm really, really consistent when I talk to citizens who have an axe to grind. If they don't have really good facts, I tell them not to waste their time and not to waste your time. I tell people, if I get so much as a whiff, just the slightest whiff of a public official trying to do the right thing, there is zero chance that I will be involved in litigation. I won't sue them, and I won't work on any cases, because that's part of what I do is I consult with attorneys on public records stuff. I won't participate in any way, shape, form, or fashion in a case where it's clear to me that the public official was making some effort to do the right thing. And I think that first of all, there are very, very few competent public records attorneys in Florida. The people in this room, I'm sure that everybody who works for a public agency could run circles around 99.9% of the attorneys in Florida on public records law. Most of them don't have a clue. I mean, it's appalling how little they know, which is fine. That may not be their practice area. My experience has been the vast majority of agency attorneys don't know very much about public records law. They think they do. They think they do. Roger Mallory, who is, I don't know if he's retired yet, a very nice man, and I get along with him, but he was the agency attorney for the Lakeland Police Department, wrote a book on public records for law enforcement agencies. And John Caney, who's the general counsel for the First Amendment Foundation, described it as a book on how to get sued. It's just, terrible, terrible, terrible advice. I think that if you're trying to do the right thing and you are communicating with the requester, the odds of there being any negative repercussions are very, very, very low. And because there are so few attorneys who are competent to do public records litigation, it's not, I know that there are some, or at least there have been some, who are really quick to do public records litigation. Frankly, it's really, really hard to find a lawyer who's willing to do it and is capable of doing it. There just aren't very many of them. They're really, really unusual. Ken Weiss, who had got a big judgment against was St. Pete Beach. I think it is now the current record, which is well over $1 million. They're few and far between, and he's a very competent guy, but he doesn't go around representing people. He's, I think he's kind of semi-retired. They're just very few of them. So I think the odds of getting sued are low. But if as an agency, if you just communicate, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier. If I did, forgive me. But I have a public records request that's been outstanding now since I made it on May 15th. No, it was before May 15th. I made it in early May to Florida State University. And I was asking for information about the dues and membership contributions that they're paying. I'm not looking for a lawsuit with the university. Got no interest in the lawsuit, don't want to sue them. Zero interest. I'll bend over backwards not to sue them. Just tell me who it is you're paying dues and membership contributions to. They acknowledged my receipt of my request. We had several back and forths where they asked for clarification. I gave it to them. And then they just quit communicating with me. And I'm got to the point now where I'm sending them these emails every few days. Hey, can somebody just give me an update on what's going on? Please, just tell me you're working on it or something, right? If you'll do that, which obviously you are, I think you're in really good shape. There.
This is the first time I've ever not been able to respond to something.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, is this a bogus email address? So that's why I contacted IT. And I mean, I know keep the paper trail, keep whatever electronic. So when this guy comes back, and I'm hoping he will respond, there wasn't anything hard or anything unusual.
Yeah.
So I'm like, maybe he was just testing the waters.
Was it a bounce message, return mail, or you couldn't send it?
It bounced back, and it actually stated that his email on his end was blocked.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what you're safe. I think again, I'm not giving you a legal opinion. If somebody came to me with that, I would tell you you'd be stupid to file. They'd be dumb to file a lawsuit like that. He calls me. Okay. I promise whatever comes out of that conversation tomorrow, it will not be, yeah, let me give you a referral to an attorney. I promise.
Make sure I understood. You said that only the custodian can assert exemption. Because I get the agency attorney stepping in all the time, and it's a records request, and you're the exemption. But the agency attorney can't do it. Only the custodian.
I understand what you're saying. I don't think that the so in 1984, Tribune v. Canella, I think arguably the most pivotal, seminal public records decision, and there are a lot of them. And by the way, that thing I gave you, there's a summary of a whole bunch of cases that are really, if you like case law, you might enjoy it. If you don't, you probably won't. But that's just a summary. And by the way, in Florida we have a really, really well-developed body of case law. It's a very mature body of case law in public records. So there's about 600 appellate decisions. If you want a catalog of them, I've read all of them, a lot of them multiple times. I would be more than happy. I have them in PDF. If you want them, I'll be happy to give you every citation that's in, every case that's cited in the Sunshine Manual that relates to public records. I'd be happy to give that to you. I already have collected them. Tribune v. Canella said very clearly, unequivocally, that only the custodian of the records can assert an exemption. It was unequivocal about that. I don't necessarily think that the court meant that an agency attorney can't do that in conjunction with the custodian. I would say that if the agency attorney, and this is just a layperson's opinion, I think if the agency attorney is operating without the knowledge and consent and even at the direction of the custodian of records, I think that doesn't conform with either the spirit or the letter of the law. I don't think anybody's ever going to get sued over that. But it's clear. For the city of Madeira Beach, it's Clara. She's it. I think you're perfectly fine. I think you're totally fine. I don't think you're going to get sued. If you did, they would get bounced out of the courthouse. I think you have zero liability there. And that's not a legal opinion. I think just as far as real life, in my experience, I would tell somebody that I don't think that would be a lawsuit in good faith. I'm just saying that Tribune v. Canella was unequivocal that the only person who can assert an exemption is the custodian of the records. But it's also very, very clear, the statute's very clear, that the agency custodian can delegate that authority to other persons, right? The statute's really clear about that. So, yeah. My suggestion, and we're done here unless you all have questions, which I'm more than happy to stay and answer. So back last November or so, I guess it was, I had this idea. I have gotten a lot of criticism over the years. Oh, you filed too many lawsuits. You filed too many. Quit picking on public agencies. And as I said, it's been a long time since I've sued a public agency. So I thought, okay, fine. I'll offer to provide consultation to public agencies. If I'm the big bad wolf, I'm the boogeyman, I'm the guy got horns and a tail, and I'm the guy who's going around just, hammering all these public agencies, fine. I'll offer to work with you. And which is how I got the relationship with Madeira Beach. Out of all the agencies that I contacted, 2 said, yes, we would like to take you up on that. And by the way, every one of them that I met with, I said, I would like to get paid to do this. But I also said in writing, if you can't afford it, I'll do it for free. Okay? Money ain't going to be an excuse. I'll do it for free. Out of all those agencies that I contacted, it was 3. One, I have done it for free, and then from Madeira Beach and then Alachua County. The rest of them, nothing. That's fine. My feelings aren't hurt. If they don't need my help, fine. If they don't want to pay me, that's fine. They don't want my help for free, that's fine. I'm fine with all that. I am not the final authority on public records issues, and I'll readily acknowledge that. My skill set is deep but very narrow. I feel like I have a pretty good handle on public records issues and how people use that to their advantage against agencies. But if you get so we're talking about more esoteric issues, I don't know. You want to ask me about, I don't know, code enforcement or something, I don't have a clue. I will tell you, and this is the biggest message I want you to take away from today is this. In responding to a public records request, and this is what I have said to Clara and to Andrea, this is what I have said to the folks in Williston, and this is what I'm saying to Alachua County. If you start from the perspective of, can I give these records to this person? Does the law allow me to do that? As opposed to, is there some way I can get out of giving these records up? If you go with the first one, if the law allows me to do it, can I do it? You will not get in trouble. As soon as you even begin to start toying with, is there some way I can get out of this? You are going to get your agency in trouble. And at some point you do that enough times and you do it to the wrong person, you're going to get sued. And that's not me threatening you. I really honestly hope I never ever have to sue another public agency for the rest of my life. I'd be delighted if I never had to. But please, I hope that's the takeaway you get, is please approach this. And I suspect that because you're here, you already have that attitude. But if the you asked me about this earlier. I get asked this question a lot. Why is it that some agencies are really good about public records responses and others aren't? And frankly, Madeira Beach hasn't always been great. I sued Madeira Beach long before these ladies were here, long before the current administration. This is old administration. I really think it's a cultural leadership issue. If the leadership of an agency believes in transparency and really believes that they will do a better job if people know what they're doing, I think that they tend to, that trickles down. We're open, we got nothing to hide. It's your money, we're doing it at your expense and in your name. You get to see what we're doing. That keeps people out of the weeds. So, yes, sir. I really believe that most citizens don't, but I'd also remind you that most people are making public records requests because there's already something that they already have a bee in their bonnet. There's already some issue that's vexing them. They have a problem. Some people do it just out of sheer curiosity. I'm definitely one of those. But most people are only doing it because there's something that's already bothering them. So trying to frustrate access to the records is only going to exacerbate that. Anybody have any other questions or comments or feedback or anything you want to share before we wrap up? Say that again? Not that I'm aware of. I mean, there's a new. It's in the packet. It's in the last 4 pages. There's a new exemption that deals with ethics violations and complaints against employees, and about those complaints being exempt and confidential unless the subject of the investigation waives it, or until the investigation has been not fully resolved, but whether the investigation is determined that there's probable cause to continue. At that point, it becomes public. Not that I'm aware of. You guys do have I don't know. I don't know. Your websites, there are some disclosure requirements. We talked about the custodial requirement. There's also the requirement 668, 6067, which requires that you have the email thing, that all email addresses are public record. If you don't want your email address to be released in response to a public records request, do not send us an email, make your request by phone or in writing. That has to be on your website. It's supposed to be on the prominently displayed. It should, my suggestion to agencies, there's 2 things that should be at the footer of your website. One is the 668, 6067. What I just described is not an exact verbatim, it's very close. The language is prescribed. You don't get to make up your own language. There are certain words in a certain sequence with certain punctuation that has to be on your website. If it's not, you're in violation of law. There's no consequence except that I think a shrewd litigator is going to use that in court to say, these people just don't care about the law. They won't even do this little simple thing. So I think an agency should have that at the footer of their website, and then also have the custodial contact information. A lot of agencies have put it with like pull-down menus and that kind of stuff. If you want to have that, that's fine, but it should also be on the home page, and there's a very simple reason for that. Twofold. One is The statute says it has to be conspicuously displayed. I'm not aware of any case law that has defined what that is yet. If it's on the homepage, I think you're clearly covered. I don't know that it would be if it was someplace else. Secondly, a lot of people, especially poor people, the only access they have to the internet is a smartphone, and those pull-down menus are a pain in the neck. It's really hard to navigate a lot of times from a mobile device. And I guess the third reason is it's really time-consuming to have to go hunting and pecking, looking around for the custodial disclosure information. Whereas if it's on your home page, all I have to do is, I use a Mac, so it's Command F, records, and the word record should show up 3 times. If you're complying with the law, the word record will show up 3 times on your website, on the home page. 1 for the custodial disclosure information and twice for the 668, 6067. Anything else? Well, thank you for being here. You guys have been very patient. Thank you. Thank you.
Also got our eyes open.
I appreciate that.
Testament.
And my contact information is on the packet there. So feel free to call or send